All right, good morning, everyone. Yes, we're going to get started because the minutes are ticking and we have so much to cover. And as one member said in passing, here we go, let's do it. So welcome, everyone. My name is Orit Kalman. I'm be facilitating the meeting today. And of course, there is a whole development team. I just want to acknowledge it's been such a joyful learning opportunity and a collaborative process. The whole development team sitting over here, we have Glenn Lowe. Yeah, I'm going to call on each of you. Julie Ekstrom, Zoe Cannabis, Anthony Navasero, and Kira Haynes, and probably other staff who's been supporting and making sure that we are prepared to do the work that we're here for today. So the meeting today, this is the sixth meeting. This is the second year for the DRIP Collaborative, which is was established as a standing drought and water shortage interagency task force to facilitate proactive state planning and coordination for pre-drought planning, emergency response, and post-drought management consistent with Senate Bill 552. Just making sure that everybody's at the right place this morning. So as we get started, really thinking today, this is the third and last meeting for the second year, which if you remember, this year has been our building muscle year where we've done a lot of work. And so coming into the meeting today, just want to say that we're just so grateful for all the work and the expertise that has been put forth to develop the recommendations that we're going to be working through today and voting on today. And then really wanting to make sure that we kind of think about what this building muscle year has been like for all of us. So we'll have opportunity to do that today. And before I get too far, just want to go through some logistics. Okay, so especially for those joining us remotely, want to thank you for taking the time to be with us today. The meeting is live streamed and recorded. It's a Zoom meeting, so members of the public are welcome to listen, and we have public comments opportunity throughout the meeting. So as we go through recommendations and later in the afternoon through the 2025 agenda work that we'll be doing, we'll have opportunities to receive input from the public. Really important as we do this work to draw from different expertise and experiences and resources. We're asking all of you here in the room to practice electronic courtesy, turn off or mute your cell phones. Importantly, you know, the principle behind the work that we do together is that we are addressing very complex problems, and this is really an opportunity for us to be innovative, thoughtful, and engage in a respectful and a learning type of discussions. So really looking forward to that. But before we get into our agenda, I am so pleased to welcome Cami Argiovici with the California Department of Water Resource Division of Planning. You can use that just to...
Thank you. Thank you, Uri. And good morning, everyone. I'm really pleased to have this opportunity to join you. I'd like to first and foremost thank the DRIP Collaborative members for all the effort that you put in over the last months. And I understand that this is an important meeting, one that's a milestone in your work. And I do plan to stay on for this morning to hear about your accomplishments. I'd also like to thank those who are joining us online. Public meetings and this collaborative efforts have become a big part of my work at the Department of Water Resources. I've worked on updating the California Water Plan for the last 24 years. And I'm really pleased and proud how it has become a collaborative, engaging process to work on California water management and planning. I like to talk about context and the why. Why is your work so important? And I know you've heard this, but it's really good to keep reminding ourselves that this is all about part of adapting to climate change and our extreme weather. We are now observing and measuring the impacts of climate change and its consequences. And we now have tools that can effectively predict what the future could bring us, looking at different climate scenarios and how different management strategies can help us adapt to them. The work you are doing is part and parcel of that adaptation effort, and also reinforcing the vulnerabilities that we are encountering now and will encounter even more so in the future. Your work is also about advancing equity in water management in California. We know that over, or at least 1 million Californians are not benefiting from the human right to water standards. And the work you're doing will help provide greater access to water planning and water management across the state, and also to make sure that the benefits and the impacts of our decisions are equitably distributed amongst communities in California. Also, in large part, because of the water use efficiency legislation a number of years ago, this effort, your collaborative, is completing the coverage of drought and water shortage contingency planning in California. For decades, we did have that kind of work going on in our larger water supply districts. But the smaller systems, the small communities, the counties were left out, the domestic wells. And your work is going to fill that gap. So the work of the DRIP Collaborative is important because you are a unique public-private partnership that's now a standing task force authorized by the state of California to evaluate and recommend what the state needs to do to make sure that our small systems and small communities do meet the human right to water standards and even above. And that involves strategies and recommendations for preparation, for emergency response and recovery, and very important, long-term strategies that can actually help us meet the challenges. And the work you're doing is also advancing the administration's water policies, both described in the Water Resilience Portfolio, the Water Supply Strategy, a number of executive orders over the last 2 to 3 years as we went through from a dry drought to 2 wet years, and now we're not quite sure what's going to happen the next year. And so that's why the planning and preparation is so important. And that involves or includes the climate urgency and adaptation, equity in water management, and then really recognizing that the resilience work has to be place-based. And we see that often it's very effective at the watershed scale. So looking at small systems and communities within a watershed and how the assets from headwater to groundwater to outflow in that watershed can help meet the needs and the challenges of these small systems. And what we're really seeing, and this is described in the 2023 update of the California Water Plan, that working at the watershed scale works best when we engage all water sectors and work together to do joint problem solving and come up with projects that have multiple benefits. And this includes leveraging to the greatest extent natural infrastructure in combination with our existing and modernized built infrastructure. So with that, I know that you've worked on 7 very meaty, substantive recommendations that you'll be discussing today and I understand adopting to move forward. And the fact that they hit on data and the need to have more interoperable data and indicators that can tell us how effective our investments will be, to actually have a better inventory of the tools and resources that are available to do this work, empowering the counties to be front and center on drought resilience planning, and then looking to different ways to get better information through voluntary well monitoring and clarifying what are the roles and responsibilities of the state agencies, the local governments, and the communities that are affected by the systems you're working on. And then last but not least, a continuous communication program. And if we're not communicating, that's the bread and butter of integration, alignment, and effective water investments. So with that, I wish you the best. I look forward to seeing your work today, but also the report that you will be preparing. And I assure you, because of your diversity and deliberative work, it will get, that report and your recommendations will get a lot of attention. And I'm certain that people will act on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Camille. I have to say, we've been spending a lot of time working on these recommendations independently, and hearing you just kind of putting them all together as kind of a big picture of how all those pieces fit together is really inspiring, and I'm looking forward to our discussion today, so thank you. So let's see. Getting into our agenda today. So 3 key objectives, things that we want to get out of our meeting today. One, as we've said, we're very excited to hear the recommendations, discuss, vote on them, celebrate the accomplishments that we achieved this year together. And then once we do that, we want to shift and start thinking about our 2025 agenda. So thinking about the focus areas that have already been identified in previous meetings, and start thinking about how we want to address them. And we'll discuss problem statements for a couple of focus areas, and then purpose statements for the cross-cutting areas, and we'll discuss the difference there and how we're looking to incorporate them to the work of the DRIP. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we have a way forward, both in wrapping up the work that we're doing this year, and then thinking about how then shifting into the work in 2025. As far as our meeting agenda, you can see we, of course, going to start with Janine Jones giving us an update and a presentation. It's really just a way to kind of anchor us and set intention to the work that we're doing. We'll review the recommendation development and also the voting process. We've changed it a bit from what we did with the polls last time, so we'll talk about that and how we're using this voting process to wrap this up. We have 3 focus areas that we've been working on, so we'll go through each one and talk about the recommendations and vote. We have a lunch in there, so we can have a bit of a breather in between. We also put some time in the agenda to reflect on the process. This is the first time that we're creating a set of recommendations, and we want to make sure that we are reviewing our process to the extent that there are opportunity to improve on it. We want to make sure that we take time to just do that and connect that to the desired outcome of the DRIP collaboratives that were identified at the beginning of this journey. So we'll do that, and then we'll shift to the 2025 agenda, the problem statements, the cross-cutting areas, purpose statements, and then we'll end with just membership and next steps and wrap up the day. So a full day today. Again, even though we have a specific public comment agenda item, we will be taking comments throughout the day as we go through all the recommendations. All right, and so now we'll do our roll call for the DRIP collaborative members. This is aligned with the Bagley-Keene requirements. As a reminder for all of you here, members, that all the discussions that we're having today around the work of the DRIP collaboratives need to happen here. So just be mindful of side conversations. All members have to be present to be able to participate today and vote on recommendations. So I'm going to call, just please let us know that you're here. Alvar Escriba, thank you. Annalise Rivera for Reggie Collins, thank you. Andrew Altavode, thank you. Anna Niemark, thank you. Anna Schiller, Brent Hasty, Carolina Hernandez, thank you. Catherine Freeman, Elia Baker-Lowe, Emily Rooney, Jason Colombini, Karina Cervantes, Katie Ruby, Kyle Jones, Laura Ramis, Matessa Martin, Nancy Vogel, Nate Ortiz. For Christina Curry? No? Okay, that's a no for recording that. Sierra Ryan, Suzanne Pecci, Tom Gibson, Virginia Jemison. Thank you all for being here. We have 3 additional members who I don't believe are here: Joshua Grover, Louisa McCovey, and Tammy McVeigh, who couldn't be here today. All right. So before we move forward, just wanted to thank, we have some alternates today. Just want to thank you for stepping in and participating and adding to the conversation today. I want to give you an opportunity to just quickly introduce yourself. I'll start with Tom Gibson.
I'm Tom Gibson. I'm a lead deputy director with the Department of Water Resources, here for Carla and English, but kind of here for John Andrew, who normally sits in the seat of the convocation. The button pushed is just not close enough. Actually, it doesn't seem to be working. The light comes on, but.
I'm going to use the microphone while they're working on the desk microphone. So that was just a practice.
Do it again. So I'm Tom Gibson. I'm a lead deputy director at the Department of Water Resources, here for Carla Namath, but also for John Andrew, who normally occupies the seat. He's on vacation right now. So happy to be here and looking forward to the conversation.
All right, we also have Karina.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Karina Cervantes with the California Association of Mutual Water Companies, and I'm filling in for Dr. Tim Worley, who's enjoying Denver this afternoon.
Thank you. And we have Kyle.
Hi, Kyle Jones, the Policy and Legal Director with Community Water Center, taking over for Justine, who's transitioning out of Community Water Center. So I'll be here not as an alternate, but as the member, but great to be here with everyone today.
Great. Thank you. And we have Annalise.
Hi, everyone. Annalise Rivero, Associate Director of Policy at California Trout, filling in for Reggie today.
Great, thank you. Did I miss anyone? Everyone got to? Okay, great, thank you. And so with that, I'm gonna turn it over to you, Glenn, to just kind of ground us in the process.
Great, thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. It is quite an honor to be here with you all. This is the culmination of a lot of effort, as Arit said. First, thank you for everything you do every day on California Water. Having a full day here with us all is incredibly precious time. We're going to be incredibly efficient with your time today, but we're really going to get to you all talking to each other, because that's really the whole spirit of the DRIP Collaborative. Can we go to the slides, please? Thanks. For those who are new to this journey of the DRIP Collaborative, I just want to quickly just remind us, these were some of our hopes and intentions in 2023. We used to have the actual names attributed to these quotes, but so many of you have said these in your own versions throughout the last 2 years. But for me, this is really grounded in all of you contributing to the conversation. I think I've been in every single DRIP meeting, and every meeting someone says 1, 2, 3 comments. And that's really the spirit of what we're trying to do today. Make sure all the voices are in the room, and we really excel in your diversity of opinion. As Arit mentioned, this is year 2. We're in the building muscle. Really, how this is translated over the last 2 years is we spent a lot of time in that first year thinking through what do we want to work on together. And that really resulted in focus areas. This year, 2024, we set up this recommendation process in January. We had ideation meetings in February and March. We discussed those first round of ideas in April. Then we had additional work group meetings that were formed and then facilitated the development of what we call part 1 of the template. In July, we had in-depth discussions on that part 1. We then had subsequent work group meetings, which brings us really to today, which is reviewing part 2 of the template, but also really looking holistically across part 1 and part 2. I think if I did the counting right, we've had at least 10 opportunities to provide either written input or verbal input or documented pre-meeting votes. We'll share some of those today that you completed. So this is not our first bite at the apple, but really as we think in totality about the recommendations, that is the importance of this meeting, to look across each individual recommendation and see it in totality. The last thing I'll say, just as a reminder, on July 12th, we had this meeting. We went in depth on that part 1. In the afternoon, we also had multiple subject matter experts come in and talk about what should we work on next year for 2025. And so similarly today, we're going to spend a lot of time in the recommendations this morning and then shortly after lunch, and then we'll transition to topics, focus areas for 2025. Okay, without further ado, I think we're all ready to go. I'm going to hand it off to, of course, Janine.
Okay, thank you and good morning, everyone. We'll just jump right in with our hydrology update. Now, looking at this building, this is the headquarters for NCEI of NOAA in Asheville. And we remember what happened in Asheville 3 weeks ago. There was this little hurricane back there, which is why I don't have some of the slides I would normally show you, because Asheville has been devastated. It was just yesterday that NOAA's NCEI got their internet back up. Much of the city of Asheville doesn't have running water, let alone potable water yet, and the numerous rural communities that surround Asheville don't. So I'll talk later in my remarks about how this is a motivation for thinking about shortage planning and disaster response, because we think that, oh, well, you know, it was a hurricane. They just have those on the East Coast. We don't have those here. Well, not exactly correct. So we'll come back to that. But basically, Asheville has been out of water for 3 weeks. They don't expect to get non-potable water in a distribution system until maybe the end of the month for the entire city. And these surrounding small rural communities around Asheville, getting them fixed is unknown. So no water for showers, flushing toilets, certainly no drinking water. This is the kind of thing that should motivate us to think about, why do we do shortage planning? So on that cheerful note, we'll move into our hydrology. So this is what the end of the water year looked like on September 30th. We're only 2 weeks into the new water year, so there's really no need to talk about what did we get in these 2 weeks. But where we ended up the previous water year was that at a statewide level, we were abnormally average, not distributed evenly across the state. Few areas in the South Coast area experienced some flooding last winter and high water. And then we see that the Sierra Nevada watersheds in the upper elevations where our snowmelt occurs were on the drier side. And that will have a bearing on how much runoff we get from those areas in the spring when the runoff season starts. Also noting that the Colorado River Basin, which is important for Southern California, has a lot of similarly dry watershed area that will impact the flows into Lake Powell next year. So statewide reservoir storage, a little bit above average. That's courtesy of our prior wet 2023. The groundwater slide doesn't look hugely different from what I showed you in July, because groundwater moves at a very slow scale. We're seeing some recovery because of the wet 2023. But if you look at how does this look at over time, well, 1 year change, 2024 to 23, not much change. At a 10-year interval, we see more of the impacts of the long-term overuse of groundwater. And if I were to show you a 20-year slide, those orange and red bars would be much larger. So while, great that we're starting to get momentum with Sigma implementation now, we still have a lot of empty storage to refill. So looking at temperature. So if you recall, last water year was a rarity for us in this century. It was actually cool by relative standards. This year we were back to more or less normal for us in the 21st century being warmer than average. And this is for the calendar year to date. If you were to just look at from the spring forward, remember those heat waves that we had? July, September, early October, you're really seeing the influence of that on this map, and that has implications for things like wildfire risk, soil moisture, etc. And speaking of wildfires, this may have seemed like a really active wildfire season this year, but really we were pretty much in the average range for the 21st century. It may have seemed high because last year we had an unusually low wildfire season because it was so wet. But the 21st century has been characterized by these big damaging fires. And in fact, all but 2 of the 20 top largest and most damaging wildfires have occurred in this century. Now, fortunately, this year so far, we didn't add any more to the top 20 most destructive. We did add one to the top 20 largest. So this is where we were in terms of our water project allocations this year. As many of you know, the State Water Project will announce its initial allocation for 2025 by December 1st, and the CVP makes its announcements in the latter part of February. On the Colorado River system, the expectation for calendar year 2025 is that we will have the same conditions as in 2024, which is to say we're in a Tier 1 shortage. Arizona, Nevada, and Mexico are shorted, but California is not. But keeping in mind there has been a major effort assisted by substantial federal funding for a lot of voluntary conservation, particularly in areas such as IID, with the idea of trying to build some of the reservoir storage back up in Lake Mead and Lake Powell. So we will have a normal Colorado River water supply for California, but many of our water users are doing additional compensated fallowing or conservation to help build up reservoir storage. The ENSO forecast. You may remember that earlier in the year there was a lot of talk about, oh, we're going to have a big La Nina. Well, that has really backed off, and the image on the right is from the current NOAA ENSO blog. We are still in neutral conditions. We are not in a La Nina, and the forecast has downgraded to a weak La Nina. And I only bring this up really because the news media makes such a fuss about ENSO, but in fact, we know that ENSO is really more like nada for California because it is really not predictive for us. A La Nina tends to be dry in Southern California, no relationship for Northern California, which is where most of our water supply comes from, and that's what this graph is indicating. This is a historical record broken down by Nino, neutral, and Nina, and it's really a shotgun plot. So, we have to ignore really the noise in the news media that you hear about La Nina. And just to point out, the NOAA official forecasts at a seasonal level are not good. This is the 3-month outlook for the period we're now in. White means a 0 skill score for the forecast. What color is most of the United States? White, yeah. And actually the highest score that NOAA achieves with these outlooks is a 30 or 40 for places like parts of Texas and Florida. That's 30 or 40 out of 100. So in other words, these forecasts have no skill. What NOAA's official outlook for the time period I'm showing here right now is equal chances, which means they don't know what it's going to be, or they have no signal to tell them. So no bet on what it is. NOAA Climate Prediction Center has a small research program that works on experimental outlooks that are not shared with the public. I'm privy to those. They have two. One of them is from a dynamical multi-model ensemble. The other is from a statistical model. They just shared the results for the season through March. One of the techniques says that Southern California will be roughly average, and Northern California, especially the Sac Valley, will be very wet. The other forecast, however, is the opposite. It says that most of California will be dry and Southern California will be quite dry. So this is the state of the science that we have now, which really argues for why we need to do more to improve the forecasting. But it's also a reminder, don't believe what you hear in the news media or even these kind of forecasts, because the skill is just not there. We have to recognize that California has a very highly variable climate, and California tends to be more extreme than not, so we actually don't have many years like this one when we're essentially average. We're usually either wet or dry, and we need to be prepared for either outcome as a possibility. And that wraps up these remarks. Now I'm going to go back to that shortage issue for a minute, but quick check to see if people have any questions about what I just covered. If not, we'll see if this works. Somebody help, it pulled up, but it's, well, it's, okay, yeah. Okay, there we go. So to give had we planned for shortage. So when I said that the disaster that happened in Asheville was not something we would think about happening in California, well, not really, because when I saw the, oh,
So they can't see what you're saying.
okay. Hit Alt-Tab.
Alt-Tab.
Do you want me to turn it off?
Sorry.
This is why we usually don't try to do videos as part
The
of
sound worked,
PowerPoints.
though. Sound worked.
Sound works, yes.
Oh, if you go to Alt-Tab, that's, you're just in the slideshow.
No, so let's just, can we get the slideshow and bring it back up? Okay, let's just do that. Choose this one. There we go.
Okay, sorry about that. Do you want me to start
Yes,
over?
Okay, now with pictures. So when I said that we don't have hurricanes in California that cause the kind of damage that we saw in Asheville, well, yeah, sort of. We do have atmospheric rivers, and I was struck when I looked at what was going on in Asheville, to the similarities between what happened there and what happened between the Christmas flood of 1964 on the North Coast. And the relevance for you guys is that what this did was really cut off the North Coast from the outside world, and rural areas, rural communities, no drinking water, no food, etc. So what I'm going to do is play a few clips from this,
Is the beginning.
I hope.
Is 70% of the economy of some Northwest counties. But on December 19, 1964, just 6 days before Christmas, Californians heard this startling pronouncement from Governor Edmund G. Brown.
I've been informed by the United States Weather Bureau that weather conditions developing over Northern California mean continuing heavy rains. All streams in the northern part of the state are rising. Predictions are for a continuation of that trend, with flood stages
On the morning of
already
December 20th, but on December 19, 1964, and then California's Christmas floods of 1964 became headline news from coast to coast.
Floodwaters continue spreading over southern Oregon and northern California, with many areas isolated from land transportation. Northern California rivers, swollen with record amounts of rain, are pouring across access routes, destroying bridges and inundating entire communities. Flood stages in most areas have already passed the 1955 flood level, and further disaster is threatened by the still rising waters. The city of Eureka and all of Humboldt County are completely cut off from highway travel in all directions. Marine, Coast Guard, and Air Force units have flown through fog-covered canyons and rain-soaked air. Racing up from the naval base at Long Beach is the aircraft carrier Bennington. Planes loaded with supplies of medicine, blankets, and foods are launched at sea. Plans are to base the huge carrier off Humboldt Bar, where it will be used as a service and medical center. To those who have evacuated homes, sun and earth, a situation which a few days ago...
In Sacramento, the State Division of Highways was making an effort to assess damages and coordinate emergency repair. With telephone lines down, highways washed out, bridges smashed, and rails demolished, communications were all but impossible. And yet, the survival of the area would depend on reopening highway transportation.
Emergency. So that was to give you a flavor of what a really bad disaster in a rural part of California looked like. And, think about how difficult it would be to restore drinking water supplies under those conditions when you can't even access the area. And that's really a lot of the problem that they're having in Asheville and North Carolina right now. And some of the small communities there, they're thinking a month or two without running water, let alone potable water. And it's one thing if you have a drought and you can truck in bottled water, or you can drive your drill rig in and drill a well for it. But what if you can't even access the area? So this is really intended as an encouragement to you to think about how do we improve resilience to those kinds of disasters where you may not be able to do anything easily. So things like emergency generators, which are very important. So anyway, that was hopefully a motivational pep talk for your group.
Okay. Thanks, Janine. As always, incredibly informative, very accessible, reminding us we're all here based on impact, impact on people. And so thank you for that. Now, I and Arit are going to very quickly set up today's conversation regarding the recommendations. I'm just going to very, very quickly reintroduce some of the language that we've been using so everyone is in the exact same conversation. Okay. Slides, please. Thank you. Okay. I'm not going to belabor this, but obviously we're focusing on recommendations today. Those were grounded in the focus areas that you all decided to work on in 2023. As we all know, we designed this process directly based on your input, how you wanted to run the process. Collaborative, iterative, and transparent. As a simple example, I think every one of these 6, 7 recommendations we are about to discuss got at least 60 comments from you all. And each rec lead has been incredibly conscientious to take that feedback and iterate and refine. We all really appreciate, I know all the rec leads, I hopefully speak for all of them, when we say that it's been so constructive, action biased, solution oriented, not just what's missing, but how to make it better. So thank you all for the incredible comments you have contributed. As a reminder of where we are today, we are in that final determination conversation. So we had April, we had July, we had meetings in between. We're now in this last column for the final review. In a moment, Arit will come up and describe the exact process that we'll use today for each of the recommendations and the voting in particular that will be done. As a reminder, we started with 8 at the beginning of the year based on your preferences. What we have since done is combine 6 and 8. That will be discussed this afternoon. We've also taken part of 7, the communication program, and we've taken in particular the symbology and dashboard ideas that were originally brought up by Tim, and now we put them in the drought indicators and metrics. So just to make sure, we're going to talk about those 6 and then talk about Rec 7. Rec 7 is a little bit different because we're at an earlier stage now that we have reframed it, but we're going to talk in particular going in sequence, starting with Rec 1. Okay.
Glenn, recommendation 3 also has changed.
Oh, yeah. There's been a significant reframing on recommendation 3. We'll go into all the details when we get to that recommendation itself. It has a new title. It has moved on from what used to be called SB 552 language update. And when we get to that recommendation, we'll go into a lot of detail on what has changed. Okay. Like I mentioned before, we're focused in particular today on part 2. On July 12th, we talked about part 1. There have been updates all along. So, and again, in totality, we're looking at all the recommendations. As we discussed on July 12th as well, one of the issues that we know will come up today is breadth and depth. I am a perfectionist. I'm very detail oriented. As my wife often likes to tell me, Glenn, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And so as we go through the recommendations today, I know I always like to say, oh my God, we need more detail, while sometimes having too much detail isn't the best outcome for us, because ultimately we want to recommend, but we may not be implementing. And so to build ownership and allow others to implement, we really need to find that right balance of what I call the Goldilocks, not too hot, not too cold, just the right amount of information. And what we'll see in each of the recommendations, they'll be different. And so as we go through each of the recommendations, we'll have this, what we'll describe as readiness vote, that will really get to this question of, do we have enough detail? Okay, with that all said, I'm going to hand it off to Reet.
Okay, and while we don't want too much detail because we want to move it forward, we do want to make sure that the essence of what the recommendation is intended to achieve is clearly in the recommendation. So as a reminder, when we're thinking of a recommendation, given the charge for the DRIP Collaborative, we want to make sure that it's addressing issues, challenges that were identified in the problem statement, that we're looking at solutions that are specific and actionable, and that they provide an added value, that we're able to either build on something that is going on, or we're addressing a particular gap, but there is this kind of added value component that the recommendation brings forth. And we received a lot of comments related to funding sources and availability. And for the purpose of the recommendations that we're going to be discussing today, we're putting that question on the side. So some of the implementation part 2 component include some kind of an estimate or understanding where funding might be coming from, but we're not really using that as a guiding principle for thinking about what do we mean by readiness of a recommendation. So what we're going to go today, we're going to go through each of the recommendation in a similar process, starting with it's going to be a very kind of a quick go through where we start with a 5-minute presentation where we're going to start by summarizing some of the key issues, concepts that were provided by your feedback, asking the leads and the work groups to address. So what are the key things that they considered in revising and updating these recommendations? And we're presenting the recommendation in its entirety. So even though you'll see the different components from part 1 and part 2, we wanted you to think about these recommendations in their totality today. So we'll do that. We also really appreciate those of you who were able to fill out the pre-meeting worksheets and give us some idea of what's on your mind coming in today. So we'll review that. And then we're going to move into a short discussion. And in the discussion today, we're really asking you to weigh in on things that you think were not addressed, were not discussed, or things that you think we need to follow up on here in conversation. Also great to just say, this is terrific, let's do it, let's vote on it. We don't have to belabor if you feel that the recommendation addressed concerns and issues and it's ready to move forward. So we'll do that, and then we'll have some time for public comments to see if there's anybody else who would like to comment on the recommendation. And then we're going into a 2-part vote, a readiness vote and a recommendation final vote. And I'll go through what we mean by these 2 types of votes, but just to say that once we vote, we're done and we're moving forward. So if there are any lingering things that you would like to include, we have comment sheets for you with your packet. So feel free to fill those out. If you feel that we didn't get to your comment, write it in and we'll incorporate that into the meeting summary. Okay, so in July, we did a straw poll where that meant to be just really to understand where we're at with the recommendations. We asked you to vote 1, 2, or 3, where 3 was, I support this as is, 1 was, not really working for me, and 2, here's some input, you need to do a little bit more work. So that was just kind of to gauge where we are and what work needs to be done. And we're moving into our vote today. So first, we want to ask you, is the recommendation as provided ready to be voted on, ready to be included in the list of 2024? Can we vote on it? Do we have enough information? And that relates very much to what we did with the two last time. We're going to ask for a supermajority, which for our DRIP collaborative, that means that we need a count of 17 votes to move it to a final vote recommendations. And there we're just asking you to say, can we put it on the official DRIP collaborative recommendation list? For that, we're only looking for a majority, which is 14 votes. Couple of things to say about the voting process is that as you're voting on these recommendations, your vote represents your own individual, personal opinion about the recommendations rather than your organization. So we know we've had questions about it, but you're here as individuals. You're obviously informed by those you represent, but it is not an organization vote, it's a member vote. We're also not going to attribute votes to anyone. This is a count, so we're going to count yeses, we're going to count noes and abstention, but we're not going to do any attributions. And as I mentioned earlier, we're not going to have any additional discussion once we do the vote count. One more thing to say, and then I just want to check in with everyone if you have any questions or need clarifications, but if the readiness vote does not have a supermajority and it's a no, we're going to offer the leads and the work group to go back and reconsider or add more information if you feel that you want to do that. Really want to acknowledge that a lot of work has gone into these recommendations, and if it's just something that needs more tweaking and you want to continue work on it, want to have that opportunity. The final vote, if it's a no, we're going to incorporate the results into the meeting summary. If it's a yes, the recommendations are going to be described in the DRIP collaborative report as a separate document. Any questions about the process? Any clarifications? Okay, I don't see any, and just want to acknowledge our presenters today for the different recommendations, and we'll call on you. Glenn and I will facilitate discussion and vote, and I think we're ready to go. Let's do it.
Okay. Finally, the preamble is over. Let's have Alvar come up. We're going to follow that 5-minute, 10-minute, 5-minute format. Alvar's going to start with a quick 5-minute presentation, and then we'll open up for discussion.
Thanks, Glenn, and thanks everyone for being here. First, I wanted to commend Glenn and Julie and Zoe and Anthony and others that they have been working behind the scenes on all this, preparing a lot of the text and a lot of the slides. So thanks for all your help on this. And then I'm gonna talk about this first recommendation. And it was, the recommendation was to develop a practical drought early warning system to improve information, to inform local and state drought management actions and increase overall drought resilience. Okay, I think that the first step here, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of to go over some of the comments that we had in the previous meetings and some of the feedback that we incorporated into the final recommendation. Some people talked about the audience, that it has to be clear who's the audience. We have been thinking that the main audience here is state and local decision makers, policy makers. Of course, we hope that it will be also helpful for this for the public, but the main focus is in people that are going to take decisions. A lot of people recommended that we should actually make explicit or be mindful of all the other efforts that are in the state, and we have been trying to at least put together a list of the other efforts, like things that have been doing at DWR, State Board, but also other local actions. So we'll do that. how can this recommendation ensure that the tool align with local information needs? So there were some comments also on how that this can be actually useful for local decision makers or the public. So we put some examples, for example, on domestic wells or on urban resilience, on drought resilience for cities. And we think about convening a task force, and I'll talk later about this, could be helpful to inform the objectives. About the budget, I just want to make the point, it's a little bit funny. A lot of people made comments that the budget was too high, but then we had a reviewer saying that the budget was too low, but a lot too low. So we'll talk about that later. So, the budget, I'll talk a little bit on what we have spent already and what partnerships are needed to make this valuable. Excuse me. So think about how state, the local agencies, but also academia could make a partnership to actually make this a useful tool for California. On the anticipated benefits, as I was mentioning, I'll go a little bit fast on this part because it's kind of a repetition, but we want to empower state and local agencies to actually take decisions. We want to promote the ability of these agencies to quantify drought conditions and potential impacts for doing anticipated actions and mitigate these potential costs. Include new elements. So we have a lot of, we have been talking about this, we have a lot of data and information in California, but I think we need to be better at improving decision making and focusing this information to the decisions. So we want to include these new elements in drought information. And finally, help the state and also local agencies to identify areas in need for drought resilience. So I think that this tool could help on that. On the alignment and coordination with other programs, this, as we have in the recommendations, this would be the development of an online dashboard, but should be, NOAA, as Jenny was mentioning, has a lot of tools. DWR has put together the California Water Watch. There's, the Community Water Center has even a tool on wells. There's many other efforts, like I think that's TNC. Sorry if I'm doing wrong now. Has the environmental flow frameworks. So there's many other efforts that we could put together or could align into this effort. Okay. One thing that we made an effort on this last round was the implementation. And the way that we saw how we could implement this. And as you might know, I've been working on a project funded by NIDIS for several years, but how we could align our interest with the state interest to make something that is useful. So the first thing that we thought that could be useful is to develop a partnership between state agencies and an academic research team. And that doesn't need only to be this project that I'm working on, could be other academic endeavors or efforts that are being in the state, but having some partnership between the state and academia to actually do something or define something that is useful. Then establish a steering kind of work group, committee, to actually define what are the goals and what we want to do. And some dream members, I think that could be helpful in this steering committee. And that should be kind of a smaller committee to actually drive the goals and the objectives. Then another larger advisory committee could be like this one, or could be even a sectoral committee depending on efforts like urban, small communities, the environment and others. An advisory committee to actually get feedback on all the process, the research and the products that we're developing over the development of the research activities. And this is the next steps will be that would be along the processes, conduct all these research activities to develop this drought metrics and dashboard. And finally, which is really important, and actually I had conversation with NIDIS also. Usually in academia, we get funding for 3 years and, hosting a kind of a maintenance plan or who is going to take care of this. over the long term is really important. So we have to think how to improve this and how to maintain this over time. It's important also, on equity consideration, we had a point on the recommendation, and I think in California we have seen that usually droughts and also floods affect usually in a higher way the most vulnerable communities. So, and usually we have also, it's a combination of this, at the same time we have less data on that. So we have a lot of data maybe in big cities or like irrigation district. We don't have a lot of data as we have seen in other recommendations on domestic wells or on tribal nations. So I think that that's an effort to be made to ensure this equity, that we are accounting for equity consideration in this recommendation. Challenges, lack of clarity on specific goals, that's a really important thing. I think that I've seen this in this project all on the process. It's like everyone has a different idea in mind of what this means. So if we want to get to some point, we have to have a clear idea of what we want to do. Data availability, it's always a challenge, although I always think that we have a lot of data in California, so we should do more. Interpretation of this data, and then of course funding for development and maintenance. And as I was saying earlier, maintenance is a really important key component to ensure that this is going to be working over time. On funding needs, to be completely honest, I took like half an hour, 1 hour thinking, okay, what should I do? And this is the way I think when I work on academic projects. So, okay, I need a couple of students to work on a couple of years, whatever, so I put the numbers. And this is like, I thought that 1.5 million over 3 years. Have to say that NIDIS has committed already to 600,000 for the next 2 years. And I have to say also that NIDIS has put already 900,000 on this effort. So I am not, when I was thinking about this 1.5 million, I was thinking from now forward. And that depends a lot. And I think one reviewer, I don't know if I can, I'll be. So Robin mentioned, because she has a lot of experience on like public kind of front end, that this should be low because, developing a tool, a good tool online, it takes a lot of effort and money. So I think that the most important part here is how good is the final application that you are putting together, like how accessible, how easy to navigate and all that. And how professional, if that could be developed by right now, I don't know, there's kind of easily done apps or dashboards that you can do with R that a postdoc could put together, but these, of course, are not like the best tools that you would ensure that people are having a good experience. And, we were thinking also in-kind contributions from state agencies, from local agencies, like meetings like this, I think that are expected. And this is me or you? It's me. Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, Alvar, stay right there. Thank you so much. That last slide in particular is quite important. That is the part 2, so new information really since the July meeting. You'll see this slide for each of the recommendations. Thank you so much to the 11 of you who completed the pre-meeting worksheets. What this shows is that of the 11 folks who submitted, 11 did say yes toward this recommendation. There were 0 who said no. There are no abstentions out of that group. There are additional comments on the right-hand side that people also contributed in those submitted worksheets. You can see some of the issues that are described there. I'll just mention in the lower right corner, Robin Grimm, who you all remember was here as an alt for Anna from EDF. She is in her new role at the CEO of the California Water Data Consortium. We asked her to review this as a subject matter expert. There's the quote that we had from Robin on the very bottom. Okay, with all that said, now's the time for you to ask questions, comments, offer thoughts on this recommendation. And when you do so, please just turn your name tent on the side. I'll call you in order. And when you press the mic, say your name to start your comment. Okay, let's open it up. Andrew.
I just wanted to know, Andrew Outsvogt with State Water Board, Will there be, I mean, I understand the 3-year time frame. That seems reasonable, given all the work. Will there be sort of milestones or like interim products along the way so that we can kind of, you know, we can see the progress before the final product?
Totally. No, that's a really good question. In the recommendation, we didn't get into these details. You know, I can tell you, like, we just put together a project for NIDI's proposal, and we have, for example, for December 2025, we have a first mock-up and online tool to be ready for people to give feedback, or like the indicators on different sectors. So we want also sectors like key people that are working with that to give us feedback if this is what they want. And yes, there will be some, there's a need for developing. And I think for this thing that I want to separate from my own project. So I think that I mentioned this, I don't know how to call it now. The partnership, the steering committee or the steering work group should be the one defining, okay, what's the final product, what are the milestones, what are the deliverables? Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Suzanne?
So I was happy in your recommendation that you did include the public portion of it. And, you know, I do understand that this is highly technical and that is really for the agencies to develop, but I always feel that it's good to have public participation, to send it out. There are members of the public that are interested, that bring this back to communities and try to engage them in all of these, you know, various levels. So that was good. Thanks for adding that.
Thank you. And on your point on kind of, you know, participation of the public and also domestic wells, I was also mentioning the Community Water Center has been working on a tool for domestic wells. So I think that we need to bring everyone here. We don't need to, you know, replicate the efforts if they are already done, and just to improve them and put it in a way that can be helpful for the state.
Okay, great. Let's go Sierra and then Matessa.
Hi, I am very supportive of this. I just wanted to bring up a question about how this recommendation and recommendation 2 are envisioned to fit together, or if that's happened yet, because it seems like 2 is almost identifying the gaps that 1 is hoping to fill.
I don't know what to say here. So I think that we should coordinate for sure. So I'll leave for Elia.
Yeah, exactly. And please.
I mean, I can comment on that. I agree, and I think that too has some opportunity to elaborate and expand on some of the other recommendations too, which we'll talk about in a second, so I don't want to get too in the weeds here. But happy to coordinate if it feels like there's an opportunity to kind of bring some of these together.
I just wanted to say that I'm a big fan of this, and I wanted to agree with Suzanne. Having this data available, especially for tribal nations, is very important.
Thank you, Matessa.
Thank you.
Jason?
I understand that this is an early warning system, but would you anticipate that in hindsight, after the fact, after a drought has taken place, it might be used to determine where best to allocate disaster relief funds or things along those lines as well, instead of, say, like the USDA drought monitor map?
You are ahead in the... I've been thinking a lot about a lot of potential follow-ups on this, because when we have kind of put together a system that identifies what's happening, early warning means that we can see at any moment what we can expect to happen in the short term, like the next few months, right? So in February, we can know how much deliveries we're going to have in different irrigation districts. And we can know that if there's going to be following. I mean, we can estimate if there's going to be following. And shortage of labor, stuff like that. I mean, labor impacts. So yes, I think that for me, for the state, it would be really useful. I mean, it should be useful for the state to actually put mitigation funds. And the next phase to me, which is kind of a follow-up, and I think Glenn was really interested in that, we could think this also about a long-term. So when you identify this, you can actually look at the vulnerability of different, you know, utilities, irrigation districts, environmental, stream flows, stuff like that. So we could actually look, okay, what should we improve in the future? Because we know that these places are vulnerable. So, yeah, so that's good.
Go ahead.
Hi, Carolina Hernandez. I actually literally just wrote down that question. So, you already answered it, thank you. But I too I'm supportive of this, and I'm looking forward. And really, my question was, how does it align or contradict, right, with USDA drought monitor? So maybe something for us to continue to think about. You already answered the question, but maybe for us to continue to think about moving forward, because I do think, this will be an evolution, right? We'll use it for predictive, but we can go further. Thanks.
Yeah.
Glenn, if I may just interrupt, because we're going to have to move forward. But just to say that we will come back this afternoon to how the DRIP Collaborative can continue, engage and support various recommendations. So I think that's going to be important for us to come back to. And just to encourage you to continue in putting your comments and feedback in the worksheet, and let's vote. Apologies.
No.
That's okay. Great minds think alike, because I was going to ask for the vote.
Thank you so much to everyone.
I'm channeling you from here.
Anna-Marie, do we want to do the public comment real quick? Is there public comment?
I don't see any public comments right now in the chat, and I'm looking to see if there are any hand raises, and there are none. So let's move forward with the vote.
Okay. So as Arit summarized, we're going to do a readiness vote that requires 17 of you to say yes. And if we do get the 17 or more, we will then do the final vote where we're looking for a majority. Okay, readiness vote. Raise your hand if you're ready to vote. Final vote. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, great. I counted 20, everyone who is present. Okay.
Did you get Alvaro's vote?
Oh, yep, Alvaro would be 21.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
I guess
21.
his vote should count.
Okay, that's 21.
Okay. So we're going to do the final vote now. Raise your hand if you are yes. Okay.
That's
Yep.
it.
21.
Great. Thank you, everyone. 21, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to say, let's have a round of applause for Alvar. Okay. Now we're going to have Aaliyah come up and talk about Rec 2. Thank you, Sierra, for that comment, because, yeah, we almost did Rec 2 before Rec 1, but then we decided to go in chronological order. But in logic, it makes sense to do 2 first.
That's okay. Hi, everyone. Aaliyah Becker-Lowe at the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, formerly known as the Office of Planning and Research. We are going through a name change currently, but we'll refer to both interchangeably. Okay, great. So I've got the slides here. So how do I? Here we are. Okay. So thank you for hearing about this, this recommendation. This is really very much, I think, a precursor to a lot of the work that we've been discussing and will be discussing throughout the day. We all recognize that drought's a very complex issue that spans sectors, geographies, and timescales. And so how do we wrap our heads around that? How do we make sure that we're taking the appropriate actions and ground ourselves in what exists and how we can make the most meaningful advances on that front? So this recommendation is really a chance to ground ourselves in those existing resources and the tools and the literature that we have available already to help us identify, are there gaps? What do we already know, and how can we use that information to inform our next steps? So I think this is very much in alignment with the recommendation we just discussed and some others today, as sort of that foundational building block to help us first just understand what's out there and ground ourselves in this review of the literature. And that's really what we're considering this to be, is a kind of deep literature review, a rapid assessment to kind of ground ourselves in all of the information that we have. There's been some feedback, I'll just highlight that here, really trying to clarify the value of this. And so again, I think that's, this can help inform our next steps. This can help inform a lot of the recommendations ahead. In terms of cost, we can cover that in a sec, but we're proposing a very cost-neutral approach to this, building off of some existing initiatives that are happening within my office. And there's potential to build on that if this group feels that the scope of what we're proposing would require some additional resources or a different look at some of the information. And then we can speak a little bit about kind of the intended use, again, building off of this, this effort for the Vulnerable Communities Platform, which is an initiative that is occurring under the Integrated Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Program in my office. We think that this is a chance to just cast a wide net, leverage the various expertise, and build something simple but comprehensive that will help us understand what these next steps can be. So the anticipated benefits, really to improve our awareness, to elevate the resources that we already have at our fingertips, to identify gaps if they exist, and to use this as a baseline to really ground ourselves in the information that we know, and using the gaps that we become aware of to identify next steps, and really building out tools like the ones we just discussed previously. We have, as I mentioned, through my office, an effort to build out a Vulnerable Communities Platform. A piece of that is already exploring kind of a literature review of the various tools and resources around drought. So this is something that I think could be very complementary, and something that we could just kind of, build into this approach quite directly as sort of this primer for the tools that we may want to explore in the various initiatives, including the case studies and the white paper that we'll be discussing later today. I think we can build from that very directly, and I'll move to the next slide to think about some of the funding needs, but this would be a very cost-neutral opportunity because this is already happening. This is something that we're already building in our office. So we're not necessarily asking for additional resources. We can build from the work that's happening in the climate services team there to learn from that rapid assessment and that literature review. And I think it would be a great opportunity to bring that work to this body when it's a little more complete, and understand, is this sufficient in informing the initiatives and the steps that we would like to take? And if there's momentum and a commitment to exploring that further, then I think we could discuss some further next steps. But we feel that this could very much kind of be that exact baseline that we're looking for to inform these next steps. And so I think I would invite folks to provide input on what you anticipate that information requiring, and we can kind of assess if that is currently meeting the baseline, if there's an opportunity to build that into this existing work stream. I will acknowledge that there are some existing mandates and internal deliverables in that work stream within my office that the scope is somewhat set, but I think that there's an opportunity to really kind of be mutually supportive in the work that we're proposing here, and to leverage that literature review to inform our next approaches. Let's see. I do want to acknowledge some of the pre-meeting input. I think that overall, this has been a very, there's been a lot of support for this recommendation, and working with some of the subject matter experts in the earlier discussions. This was met with a lot of support. I think we can continue to leverage this, and some of the, resources that are being made available through that inventory. In terms of repetitiveness, I acknowledge that, there is a lot of overlap. That's how I would put it, and I think that's actually mutually supportive to what we're trying to consider here. There's sort of this underlying theme of we have a lot of information. We already know that there's a great urgency to address these issues, and so how can we knit that together throughout all of these recommendations? And I think that this is really meant to be sort of that touch point to make sure that we can inform and connect all of these recommendations appropriately. And so what do we mean by tools? And that's a broad term in a lot of ways. I think that this could be something that helps us get a grounding in available data analysis tools, different ways to assess, the existing literature and improving our various understandings. And again, cost estimation, I think this could be a negligible cost for the purposes of this group, considering that this is an existing effort already underway, and it would really encourage us to kind of build on that momentum. And where that comes to this body, again, I think it would be beneficial for the group to review the work as it's completed, and to consider, how can we use that information to expand our understandings, to inform kind of the specific next steps of some of these larger and maybe longer term initiatives that we're discussing and exploring. And I would love to hear any thoughts or questions.
Yeah, and it's a little obscured, but Michael Crimmins is the quote on the lower right there. He's a subject matter expert that was consulted. He's been working on similar issues for the last 20 years in the Southwest. He also thinks this is quite important and necessary. Okay, turn over your tent if you want to offer a comment. Annalise?
Hi, quick question, and apologies if you kind of already covered this. It might be alternate issues here, but I'm just curious where would this be housed and sort of the final product, so to speak? Just curious about that.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think that's also an opportunity for some input from the group on what format would be most appropriate for this body. But again, this is somewhat of an internal exercise as I see it, as my office sees it, to conduct a literature review, compile the information. In the packet, there's kind of an example of some of it's at the moment like a spreadsheet version of some of the various resources that are being explored, just to give you like a taste of how this process is kind of unfolding and how the information is being collected and analyzed. But I think that, while there's an opportunity to inform potentially many broad initiatives, this is something that's sort of like just an internal literature review exercise that could be, complementary to the more public-facing, tools and papers and communications that may come forward after this.
Let's go Katie and Suzanne.
Hi, Katie Ruby, California Urban Water Agencies. I just want to say I'm supportive of this recommendation, and I think, as we've discussed, it's an important first step for some of the other recommendations. And the fact that it's already largely happening through another initiative, I think it would be a miss not to kind of bring that to this group and align it.
Suzanne Pechis, public member, South American Subbasin. I too am very supportive of this, and I feel that I look at it with respect to community monitoring, which I've been working on, and how it can be woven into this program with regard to the information aspect of it, and education. And I know a lot of times the question just came up in an advisory group meeting we had, are there resources for dry wells? I mean, that's always the question. What if a well grows dry in our area? Where are the resources? And I think that, getting these compiled in one area and making them part of even this that I'm working on would be very helpful.
Great. Yeah, thank you.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this as well. I think this will be a really useful tool, and this may have already been said, if so, I apologize, but it seems like it can be very helpful in helping us understand what tools are out there, how well we're doing, or what we can do next steps-wise in terms of synthesizing the information that we're gathering in separate tools, and then also identify what tools are missing. And then to points that have been made earlier, how well are we doing or not in appropriately communicating out these tools and analyses and making sure that we're making it broadly communicable to the public and to different voices. So thank you.
Hi, Alvaro Escriba, UC Davis. I wanted to say also I'm supportive of this recommendation. I think it's really important. So I mentioned, I think in previous conversations that, during my work on the project that I've been working on drought indicators and metrics, I kind of reviewed a lot. I haven't reviewed all of them. And I think that, but there's not a systematic review, and there's not a place where you can actually look at it. So I think that it's really useful to have, a document, a web page, whatever the final product is, but to have all the tools that exist, what these tools are for, and how we could improve actually, how, what's still missing. So I think that, it's a really useful recommendation actually, and the way that you put it, also the implementation that you're already working on it. So I think it would be great. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great comments, and I just want to compliment Aaliyah and Ben and others who work. Yeah, the identify, the elevate, the uplift, prioritize gaps, make that readily accessible, inclusive but not exhaustive. I really liked how you framed the recommendation in the last edit. Okay, so we're now going to just double check public comment.
I don't see anything, but maybe just give a split second for people if they want to raise their hand. I don't see anything in the comments. Okay, let's move to the vote.
Okay, let's do the readiness vote. Raise your hand if this is ready to be voted. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, 20. It's not ready to be voted. Raise your hand. Okay, is there anyone abstaining? Okay, Carolina, that's 1. Okay, so given that's more than 17, let's go ahead and move to the final vote. Raise your hand if you are yes. (21) Okay, great. Thank you, Aaliyah. Round of applause for Aaliyah.
All right, changing of the guards, and now we have our next recommendation, and that's that's Kyle. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and thanks for the space. Kyle Jones, Policy and Legal Director with Community Water Center. And I just wanted to start with kind of a genesis of where we started, why we started where we were, and where we got with Rec 3, because it has been substantially changed. First, Rec 3 came out of the requirements in SB 552, in particular around development of county drought plans to help guide how we drought-proof California. And a lot of that includes preparation, including understanding what resources are available for droughts, what emergency and interim relief is available during droughts, and how to provide well mitigation, as well as consolidation opportunities. And I think when we started this process, we saw only a fraction of the counties had started engaging in the planning process. And at least from my perspective as a CBO, we didn't find that those plans are really robust enough to provide solutions. And there's a lot of vague parts of SB 552, frankly, right? For all of us who've worked on legislation, you don't get it always right, perfect every time, and it's hard to figure out how everything works in the ground. Particularly, there's a requirement under SB 552 for the development of county drought task forces, but it's not clear exactly what they're supposed to be doing, how they're supposed to interact with other parts. I do want to give a huge shout out to the DWR team implementing SB 552, because in the interim, they have been hard at work in developing a lot of guidance, best management practices, and actually able to find resources that were granted, and I want to thank the counties as well, who took these funds and are actively working on those plans. And so I think we're just in a very different place than where we started when we were initially thinking about this recommendation with progress on the ground. So we originally started with the idea of development of possible legislative ideas to help address some of these areas that were difficult to figure out with SB 552, but there was concerns about that. How do we fund that? Especially with counties, making sure they had the resources to do that. And there was a little bit of hesitation about advancing legislative ideas through the DRIP process. And so we really wanted to make sure that we came up with a recommendation that addressed those concerns, but still could allow for a collaborative process where we could refine how 552 is being implemented and make sure that we're ground truthing those best management practices and being able to work something out. So the recommendation that was provided to everybody really helps to help. What we're going to do is work on development of best practices that DWR has already done and kind of workshop them through a work group to, as plans are being developed and actually drafted on the ground, implemented, to see how we can help refine those and learn lessons from what's happening in order to strengthen them. Essentially develop a knowledge sharing platform with those learning opportunities from what's happening on the ground, determine how best to provide resources for counties to support them as they're coordinating drought task forces and drought planning, and better identify how the drought task force could be structured, and again, any other best management practices that are happening on the ground. The hope there is that we could make sure that 552 is as effective as possible, that we can identify resources available if a drought happens that people can have, so that if their well goes dry, they know where to go, and the counties and others can know how to help them, and that we identify and work towards long-term solutions through better understanding consolidations. We'll have better collaboration, particularly with local governments, residents who are potentially impacted, groundwater sustainability agencies through the use of task force, and increase equity by using a community-driven model to help guide how we develop these county task forces. Hopefully, this will better prepare local governments for drought response, reducing the need for the state to come in with supplies and things like that. Will better facilitate, again, long-term solutions so that communities will no longer be impacted by drought as harshly. And then better coordinate, I think, with SGMA, which is something I think we all wanted to understand throughout this process. So DWR would still remain the agency tasked with implementation of the law, but we just have, our hope is that we can better guide how counties and local governments all work together. And I think one great thing about the recommendation is our funding needs have gone down. I think this is something that we can all work together on through the DRIP collaborative process, through the work group process, and continue to refine and provide better guidance out from based on the conversations we all have here. And I think that's, for me, I know it's been changed out, so I wanted to spend more time for questions if there were some.
Yeah, great. And maybe we can just go to the next slide just to kind of get a sense of the feedback that we received in the pre-meeting. And so you can see in terms of approving this, there were, out of the 11, there were 9 yeses, 2 left it blank. But just appreciation to the work that was done in updating it. As you just went over the table, there was identification of challenges and concerns and kind of a crosswalking to how this recommendation is looking to address them, that it aligns with REC 4, which we will be coming to in just a few minutes, but also some issues that, and just wanting clarification on some key topics around who are the implementers, how it aligns with other efforts, thinking about the cost, and some of these really relate to the county implementation as opposed to the recommendation. So just kind of seeing how this recommendation could support counties. And the last comment, I think, was part of our conversation in July, the need to solicit input from small water systems and domestic well owners on what would be most valuable in terms of additional support. So just wanting to put those out and see if you have any comments and thoughts. So go ahead.
Catherine Freeman with CSAC. I've been the harshest critic of this proposal, so I just want to be upfront. But I really like where it's gone. I like the idea that when I center myself in the county and the local government, they're going to get more from this now than maybe in the beginning, and they get best practices, they get support, and it really looks to the future of how we want to plan for drought at the local level. So I appreciate very much the work of Sierra and Kyle and everybody else that's been on this one, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Go ahead. And then Suzanne after.
Hi, Emily Rooney with Ag Council. I would just say that I echo Catherine's comments. I really like where this has landed. I feel like this is one of the main reasons why we're here. It also provides support at the local level, and I think the local insight on this and guidance is probably the most important piece of this. I think our biggest challenge, which you cited, is probably time and money, which we'll need, but I really like where this landed, so thank you for that.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Suzanne Pecci, public member, South American Subbasin. So we had we have an advisory committee formed in our subbasin, and the county has met with us with regard to the implementation of SB 552. So we're trying to look at ways that we can collaborate between the local community group and the county. So it was an excellent meeting, and again, funding is always on everybody's mind, but it has begun in our area, and I think it's very positive working directly with the community.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I also, Andrew outspoke with the State Water Board. I echo the comments that I appreciate the work that's gone into sort of refining this, and I certainly a need for what's been identified here. I just wanted to point out that, we do have one staff person who can be, can help with some of this. And I think we just need to coordinate between, the group that's been working on this recommendation and ourselves and DWR, and like how we make it all work. Because I think that's probably one of the main things. Is there not a lot of resources, but there are a few. So how we put those together in service of this effort.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Tom. Oh, Sierra, and then Tom.
First, I want to start by thanking Kyle and his team, because they really did take the lead on updating this, and I think it was really responsive to the comments we heard at the last meeting. And I do appreciate, as someone who's trying to implement this, it's been frustrating how vague the language is. It's been really hard to figure out what actually we're supposed to be doing, and I think this really gets to the heart of those issues without, while leaving behind a lot of the concerns about changing the legislation. So I'm really supportive of this, and I also think Andrew's right that there needs to be a little bit more coordination on implementation. So I really look forward to those next steps.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Tom Gibson with DWR. I supported it as well. I just wanted to say that I appreciated hearing from Catherine for CSAC and Sierra, and from the local interests, that seeing the concern about the costs, like I wanted to support it, but I also was concerned what we were going to hear. So I'm glad to hear it was all really favorably worked out, and we'll look forward to the implementation phase and working closely together on that. So I appreciate everybody's work getting it there.
All right, great, thank you. Any comments online?
There are no comments yet, but let's wait. Just please put a public comment in the chat if you have one.
No comments. All right, so let's check on the readiness. Oh, go ahead. Oh, apologies.
Hi, Bruce Hadelschelt, Northern California Water Association, and really, this is going to be a general question. We do something called the North State Drinking Water Solutions Network, where we bring everyone in the Sacramento Valley together to talk about things like this. DWR has some incredible tools in the Groundwater Live. There's a lot of reporting about dry wells and things like that. And in our July North State Drinking Water Solutions Network, we had Justin Jensen from Tehama County talk about the work they're doing to identify the reasons why they seem to have a preponderance of dry wells, probably third among the counties that are going on. The general, the general question is, how does this relate to something you're going to talk about later? Nature-based solutions, groundwater, recharging groundwater naturally. I think you're doing that in the South American Basin with the Regional Water Authority. So how does this and how do these recommendations and the data before, because DWR has some pretty good tools that we track, how do they all integrate?
That's a great question. I think we're continuing to work on how we're putting all those pieces together. Anyone has any thoughts with regard to the comment? Any thoughts? We'll keep coming back to that of how all the pieces coming together.
Maybe
Did you want to? Yeah, please.
Yeah, just to be, I think just making sure that, this recommendation, SB 552, is really about, in my view at least, protecting drinking water access. But that being said, the task force that are developed as part of that are supposed to help coordinate local governments with sustainable groundwater management agencies who are looking at actions to recharge groundwater in all ways possible. So I think the more that we can provide stronger guidance to help support all those efforts and how they integrate, like the work that's happening, it sounds like up north, the better to help understand this picture more holistically.
Thank you. All right, so let's do the readiness vote. Is the recommendation ready? I see 19. Did you want to vote?
Oh, yeah.
20? No? Is there a no? Abstain? 1? Okay, and that takes us to the final vote. How many approve the recommendation? $19. All right, so the same. And no? Abstain? 1. All right, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for all the work and really addressing all the feedback, concerns, and coming up with an updated recommendation. And I'm going to turn it over to Zoe and Suzanne to lead on Rec 4.
Hi, folks. So I'm not Suzanne. Suzanne, you can come up if you want or stay seated till the end. Suzanne will be the pinch hitter in the end and give some closing comments. I'm going to go through some of the more, going through all these. I'm going to go through the details of the recommendation very briefly. And yeah, so good morning, everyone. We're going to be discussing the voluntary community-based well monitoring program. This recommendation proposes to explore and evaluate through a pilot the opportunities and benefits of creating a statewide program to support local community well monitoring networks. A voluntary community well monitoring network is a group of private well owners, usually pumping from the same aquifer, that voluntarily join or create a network to monitor water levels. And sorry about that. Monitor water levels and quality. The key issues discussed during the September workgroup meetings included refining the scope to emphasize the regional aspect of this recommendation, the data privacy and usage concerns, cost considerations, and potential unintended impacts. There were also questions on coordinating with the county and linking the program to ongoing SB 552 efforts. These issues have been addressed in the latest draft, and I can go over them in more detail if folks want. The core of this recommendation is to empower domestic well owners with knowledge about their groundwater levels and quality, as well as their well maintenance and long-term sustainability. In addition to the educational benefits, this program may circumvent staffing gaps at agencies to meet community monitoring needs, encourage community cooperation and data sharing to support drought resiliency and recovery, and clarify how monitoring data could be collected and shared with the state, counties, and the public through open data platforms. For successful implementation, coordination with local agencies is going to be critical. This includes county agencies, particularly those responsible for implementing SB 552, as well as local partners like LAFCOs. Other partners include DWR, particularly through their Sustainable Groundwater Management Office, or SGMO, and their California Statewide Groundwater Elevation Monitoring Program called CASGEM. Another partner is, of course, the State Water Board through their Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment Program, the GAMMA program, and the CV SALTS program. Moving on to implementation, this recommendation really proposes to establish one pilot, so that's one voluntary network, to demonstrate the benefits of the concept and evaluate the implementation options. The idea at its core is to empower domestic well owners with more knowledge about their groundwater well. There's a lot of different ways that it could be implemented. What we propose to do is we put together implementation steps that could be used for any agency, any kind of organization to pick this up and move forward with it. Creating a one-size-fits-all method for implementation would be very difficult for trying to make that work for both different agencies as well as organizations like a nonprofit. So key steps to implementing this pilot include researching existing programs like those in Yolo County, Sonoma, and Napa County, as well as developing a set of pilot guidelines that explain the monitoring and data reporting activities, including education on how to use that monitoring equipment. These guidelines should be developed in a way that allows for application in other regions, and so this pilot program can then grow to other locations. Some of the identified challenges include data security, technical know-how, and public buy-in, as well as funding to support the monitoring equipment and maintenance, data storage and sharing, and community engagement. These challenges have been addressed in the recommendation, but again, I'm happy to go through that in more detail if you'd like. Finally, in terms of equity, this recommendation promotes the human right to water and may be able to provide monitoring equipment to members of the public who would not be able to afford it otherwise. With that, I'll do this own slide. For responses from the pre-meeting worksheets that folks submitted, we got yes votes for yes approving it and 3 of maybes. Some of the issues for further consideration revolved around the implementing party and identifying the region for that pilot. As the first step in the outline that we have for starting that pilot, it is figuring out where you want to do the pilot. To design the guidelines and to design how the pilot will be implemented is really going to depend on how the folks in that community feel about their wells being monitored. And each community is different, so each will require a more tailored approach to getting this program to work. In terms of implementing party, as I mentioned before, we did leave this intentionally vague as there are a variety of institutions that would be able to pick this up and take it on. I will note that DWR's SGMO office fully supports this recommendation. Thank you, Tad. Tad Bettigrew is coordinating the community monitoring network expansion that the SGMO office is working on. So there is interest, demonstrated interest from different state agencies to work on this potentially. With that, we'll take any questions for folks. Yeah, Kyle.
I just maybe just a comment though. Well, I appreciate the call out for water quality in this. I think one of our biggest bones to pick with Sigma and implementation so far has been monitoring networks and how robust they are, particularly when it comes to capturing water quality. And I think that through piloting ways that we can use low-cost models like this, it could be a really good way to identify how to better improve monitoring networks without increasing a whole lot of cost. Thank you.
Catherine? Suzanne, would you like to share a few words?
The issue of water quality and data, we discussed that in our advisory group meeting in coordination with the county and with the GSAs that are part of our advisory committee. And so we do have a small monitoring group, and we are up to, I think, 34 wells now that are being monitored by community members. So the comment was that the collection of data is informational more than it is quality. I mean, that was the issue of the collection of data is helpful in an informational way. So, and, you know, maybe that's responsive to it. Yeah, and we're talking about, we are monitoring water quality to some degree in our area, but it's just starting out, yeah.
Sierra?
So, Sierra Ryan, Santa Cruz County. I definitely had some concerns about the sort of vague, who's gonna be responsible, how's this gonna actually be implemented? I mean, certainly no concerns about the benefits. I completely support them, and we have a very similar program in Santa Cruz County that the county's run for 20 years now, where we do domestic well monitoring, and this resembles that and improves upon it. But I think I just want to say that it seems like I maybe had been getting ahead of myself a little bit, and I like the idea that this is really focusing on a pilot. I would actually recommend we probably need more than one pilot location, because the state is very diverse, and something that works well in like the Santa Cruz Mountains is completely different than what would work in the Central Valley or in Southern California. So my only recommendation at this point would be to maybe expand to look for a couple places, so that when whatever does become the result is going to be something that can be replicated around the state and not just in certain areas. And then I think it's great that the Sigma office is supportive. I do want to point out that a lot of the areas that suffer from water level challenges are not in groundwater basins. That's exactly why they are suffering, because they do not have a basin. They're based on other geology types that are not as, do not provide water as prolifically. So one thought is just, I don't want it to be limited to groundwater sustainability agency boundaries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily?
I just have a question. I shared yesterday with this DWR staff that I felt sort of inept on some of these recommendations because I wasn't involved. And so anyways, I didn't even go through the voting process because I just didn't feel comfortable with it. But I have a question. So if there's already existing voluntary programs, I am more comfortable that it's voluntary. And I had the same concerns in terms of implementation, who's going to do all this. If there's already existing voluntary programs, do we need this as a recommendation, or why do we need this as a recommendation? I guess I'm missing that piece.
Yeah, Suzanne, would you like to answer? Go ahead.
So in researching this idea and putting it together, I did not reinvent the wheel. I looked at a lot of various agencies that are already monitoring, and there are some really great programs. I mean, with very sophisticated programs, with dashboards, with huge community involvement in the programs, and then looking at ours, whether it's really community-based. And so I really thought that more of California should have the wheel in some form, and providing really guidelines that are very adaptive. I mean, they're really guidelines for collection processes and legal entry to property, and how data is used. All of these things should be in a set of guidelines that can be very adaptable in any community
with regard to how their politics of the region, how they feel about privacy issues, and what the issues might be in the various subbasins. I mean, they're different. I live in a subbasin. I live in an area that floods. I am in a retention basin for a watershed. And so my main concern in all of this is really, climate change. But some of my neighbors are really concerned about dry wells in the same area. So I think this is really thought to be really very open, very adaptive, and a first stab at maybe bringing the idea out more to a broader sector of the community. And using the ideas such as those from Santa Cruz County and Sonoma. Yolo County has a great program, and using those ideas and building on them and bringing them forward so that there's more participation. Because, I mean, domestic well owners should be part of the management process, and there's no way of bringing them in unless you're involving their domestic wells. And monitoring and education and talking about responsibility with respect to maintenance of their wells, that's all part of this program, this concept.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would add to that is there is an acknowledgement in the recommendation that there are definitely existing groups that are already monitoring their own wells, and this is also an opportunity to connect with those groups and identify what support what they need. If they already have something going, that's great. It makes the implementation a lot easier, but what else do they need? And in addition to the voluntary networks that already exist, or the volunteer groups that already exist, there are many that don't. And so this also is trying to create a framework that can be easily applied, as Suzanne was saying, to different areas. Andrew?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Andrew Outspoke from the State Water Board, that we definitely support this and look forward to sort of working on resources and how it would be implemented and how it would link with some of our programs and our priorities. But I think definitely this idea of empowering communities with information is really important.
Thank you. Katie?
I'm very supportive of the concept. I did have some concerns around kind of the lack of clarity of the implementing parties. I know it was intentionally vague, but my concern is I want to make sure there's kind of a champion or a leader who's going to drive the next steps. Otherwise, we recommend it and then just kind of leave it for someone to grab. So I guess a question for you, Suzanne, too, like, were you envisioning maybe that your community would be the pilot, or if not, how would just the next steps of identifying that pilot group happen?
So, I mean, we've had a big discussion around that concern of whether it should be, whether we should name that area or whether it should be more open, whether there should be an open process of perhaps subbasins that could use something like a monitoring program. I talked with Stantec Consulting. They're working with a subbasin that is in probation. And we were talking about the use of a pilot program in an area like this. So we've left it intentionally vague. It could be in my subbasin. It could be across the river where they have a very active group and they have they have some monitoring going on. But we've left it vague just for that reason. And maybe it will have to be picked up by a region that has the financial capacity to handle it. I mean, that's the other part of it. Putting it out there, does it need to be used someplace?
Yeah, and I think hearing like the support from the state agencies too is good. And I think maybe just we as a DRIP can kind of monitor this and make sure that it gets picked up.
Absolutely. I'll just add that there are ongoing efforts to identify monitoring gaps across the state and identify those clusters or communities of domestic wells. Yes?
Question over there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, Brent.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that when we first started this, I wasn't thrilled with having us look at domestic wells, just because I know in my area of North State that is not, we generally like our privacy, and we don't want, the last thing we want to know is, we think it's our well, it's our water. don't touch it, unless it goes bad. Then if it goes dry, then we want all the government help we can get. So just so you understand the concept. But I do think the important word on this is it's voluntary. And I do think that getting all the data we can get from all over the state, as much as we can get, is helpful, because we're going to need to get those AIs learning about how we solve this problem. So anyway, so I'm fully supportive of this. Thanks.
Any other final comments before we vote? Before we move to public comment, I mean? Suzanne?
So I
please.
just have one more comment. I had been an active participant in Sigma since it began, because for some reason water began to fascinate me. So for the last 10 years of my life, I have been going to meetings and understanding GSAs and GSPs and learning as much as I could, but not everybody has felt that way. I do think that the initial engagement by Sigma and as far as the formation stage was very successful. I mean, there was a lot of engagement in our area. Hundreds of people came to the meeting, and it dwindled as they became more complacent, because people with domestic wells are very complacent about their water source. I do think that a program like this gives agencies, the GSAs and DWR, a second bite of that apple, so to speak, that re-engagement of the public, now on a different level, a more personal level. We've talked about the big picture, and you get it, and you know where you're in that big picture, and now starting to define the responsibility of domestic well owners in that big picture, the responsibility they have for their wells, because you're right, everybody's private until suddenly their well goes dry, and then suddenly, where's the money to replace my well? That is exactly what the comments are. So this is that second opportunity to re-engage on a different level. So really look at everybody's privately, monitor your own well, learn about why this is important for you to be part of this.
Thank you.
I think Laura Ramos, the California Water Institute at Fresno State, and I think empowering the homeowners to learn more about it and be able to do the monitoring themselves is a great thing to do. But I also think that, we don't have to have everybody in a specific community agree to it. I think, we could all use more data points in groundwater levels throughout the state. And I think getting maybe one or two or key people in a lot of more counties is just going to add to the amount of data that we already have, or that we're lacking. There's a lot of spaces where we don't have information. And I know that there's just people that are going to be grateful for support that they've had, that they would be willing to provide this data that maybe they weren't willing to provide before because they didn't really understand the benefit to the state and to others. But I know that, after my mom got her well from State Water Board through Self-Help Enterprise, she's like, how can I help you? Thank you for helping me get water after 2 years of not having any. How can I help you? And I think there's going to be more people like that, and just more data points throughout will be helpful for everybody.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take open for public comment.
We have one comment online. Raven Stevens. You can unmute yourself, and you should be able to share your comment.
Hi, everybody. You can hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Raven Stevens, live up in Siskiyou County, specifically in Mount Shasta. And I've been spearheading a community well monitoring program for the last 10 years. In a couple weeks, we start year 11 based on this water year. I guess my comments, I really highly back this proposal. I think understanding how many wells are going dry, it's all voluntary to report your well going dry. And in my area, I can tell you that the amount of wells that I know that have gone dry is 3 times what's being reported. So there's a huge gap there. And I don't know every single well, obviously, so it's probably higher than that. But the important part I want to say is that it is just data. We don't know what it means, but over time we can see trends, especially in our volcanic and fractured aquifer areas that are outside of sigma basins. There's a lot we don't know. How does precipitation affect our wells? Is it the slow trickle of snow, or is it, the hard flush of rainwater? And you only know that by looking at the trends in how the water's coming down, in what form, and then what it's doing to wells. So you kind of know it after the fact, after you've collected the data, but there's no way around it if you don't have the data. So highly recommend this, and yeah, reach out. I think the Reading DWR has my info, and I was encouraged to come and listen today and be part of the project. So thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or public comments in the room? Okay, then please raise your hand if you want to say yes, that this is ready to be voted on. Please raise your hand if you vote no. This is not ready to be voted on. And then one abstention. Okay, now moving to the final recommendation vote. Please raise your hand if you would like to approve this as a DRIP collaborative recommendation. Please raise your hand if you vote no. One abstention. Thank you.
All right, great, yes. Our next recommendation, roles and responsibility, we'll hear from Sierra Ryan.
All right, it is officially afternoon, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to be talking about recommendation 5. This is the recommendation. I'm going to read it out loud and then provide a little bit of color to it. So this is to provide clarity on the existing roles and responsibilities of the state and local governments and other responsible parties on how domestic wells are managed, maintained, and responded to when an outage or other problem occurs, as a means to manage expectations, support coordination, and document the existing gaps in law or implementation for domestic wells related to preparedness and response for water shortages. That is an epically long sentence. I want to bring us back to a comment made by Kamir at the beginning of the meeting today. He said that DRIP is a unique task force empowered to recommend actions to ensure small communities meet the human right to water. Historically, domestic wells in these state small water systems have been left out of drought planning, and this work is basically to address that gap. So the proposal is to have an analysis done by a third party, a neutral third party, to evaluate the existing roles and responsibilities and gaps when it comes to domestic well resilience and protection, particularly in the face of wells going dry or having maybe significant water quality challenges as a result of drought. The idea right now is to have this evaluation done first and have that come back to the DRIP. Originally, there were a lot of suggestions in terms of what the outcomes could look like. We have taken those out of this recommendation and made them more of an appendices for guidelines that could be considered, but not necessarily shaping the decisions of this third party and how they do this evaluation. So next steps for this process are to identify the possible implementing parties who could do this. It could be a state agency, one who's not necessarily tasked with actually funding these. So I wouldn't recommend it be, say, DWR or the State Water Board, but potentially another state body, or maybe an academic institution. Taking into account equity considerations, that oftentimes the communities that are faced with these challenges are also have a higher proportion of non-English speakers, so making sure that the evaluation considers those communities and that the outcomes can be communicated to them. Right now, because this is basically a evaluation of existing laws and documents, we don't see a lot of challenges in this first step. I think the challenges will be once this evaluation has been done and gaps are identified and recommendations made. The hard part is then figuring out, well, what do we do with that information? You know, how do we get to decide, and do we get to decide as this collaborative who should be responsible for these, for ensuring that there is support available when needed for domestic wells when they go dry. The funding, this is sort of a number that I came up with just based on planning efforts that I've been involved in. You know, it doesn't take a lot of money to do an evaluation of existing roles and responsibilities necessarily, depending on who's doing it. And depending on how many interviews they do, it might not actually be a huge amount of time to develop sort of a white paper and set of recommendations. I think, again, the real funding challenges will be the next step after that, which is implementing. To acknowledge some of the feedback that we received. This has been, I think, acknowledged since the beginning of the drought, beginning of the DRIP as a priority. Everybody here understands the challenges faced by small water systems and domestic wells in responding to drought response, and people who had been involved in the implementation of previous drought funding knows that it was sort of confusing and messy, and it was really not clear who is responsible, and the responsible parties weren't really prepared to take on that responsibility. So there's very clearly a need for this, and I think that that's been generally recognized. I do want to acknowledge that there is concern about what the role of the DRIP will be long-term in implementing this, and I don't necessarily have the answer to that, but I do hope that the DRIP isn't expected to be the implementer, but I do think that there is some sort of long-term oversight. I also think that this body is the appropriate body to do that, though, given that the specific task that we are set out with is to evaluate drought response for domestic wells and small water systems. So I think it is a role that this body should play to some extent in oversight, though none of us are going to be the ones necessarily implementing it. With that, I think, any questions, comments, concerns?
Thank you, Sierra. So I guess I have first a process question, and then I'm going to call it meat and potatoes kind of question in terms of the subject matter here. The evaluation part, I don't think I have a problem with, but what I'm reading on paper is different. It's an evaluation plus talking about, so I'm trying to understand the evaluation piece, or I should say I should ask the question, recommendation number 5 includes these 6 pages which outline it? Am I understanding that, or is it just the evaluation? Because this is a lot more than that.
So that's what I was saying. There had been originally, when we put this together, a lot more detail in the original recommendation, and that's pulled out now and is more, it's still there because the work was done, but now it's more like an appendix that can be used as considerations to consider for the recommending agency entity, but we're not necessarily recommending, and I tried to make that clear that those aren't necessarily the recommendations, those are considerations. The recommendation is for an evaluation to provide clarity.
Which causes, there's a lot of confusion here. So, so I'm just going to express my concerns with what I'm reading in paper.
Yeah.
The evaluation part, I think there's value in there in terms of providing clarity, and we've discussed that here before in terms of who jumps in and when there's a drought emergency.
Mm-hmm.
And I was actually going to suggest a bifurcated approach in terms of doing the evaluation, but there's things in here, statements such as California currently lacks a comprehensive approach to address urgent drinking water needs of households served by failing domestic wells and lacks comprehensive policy for reducing the growth of dry domestic wells in the future. And there are parts of this all over the place, but there is policy on all of that. So the Safe and Affordable Fund for Equity and Resilience, the Safer Drinking Water Fund, or at the State Water Board, the whole thing is about providing drinking water for folks in need. And so I'm trying to understand where this begins and where this ends.
Well, I can respond to the piece about SAFER is very limited in who it can apply to. You have to meet the income thresholds. And a lot of the state does not qualify for the SAFER funds when it comes to helping domestic wells. During the 2021-22 drought, a lot of it was unclear who was supposed to implement that, who's requesting it, how the funding gets to the person who needs it. Is it that the county applies for SAFER funds on behalf? And then again, SAFER funds didn't apply anywhere in Santa Cruz County where we had dry well issues. So we weren't prepared. We had no water hauling contracts. We didn't even know any water hauling groups. Like, who do we call? And it took us 2 years to get the contracts with the state. And even then, it wasn't really clear what we were responsible for. So I think there is a lot out there, which is what the analysis will take into account, but there are very significant gaps that I don't think became apparent until the last round of drought, when all of a sudden people's wells were going dry and the help that was supposed to be out there wasn't accessible to them. I've heard from other counties that they were unable to take the funds for other reasons, or unwilling to be, the SAFER funds won't go to an individual person. So how is that individual person supposed to get that help in any sort of, they need it now if their well ran dry?
Well, I mean, for the 2 terms I spent on SAFER, there was a whole push about getting water out to communities in need as soon as possible and things like that. I guess in terms of, I think there are gaps that need to be identified. I'm not comfortable with the way this language sits right now, I guess, and I just feel like that there's more work that needs to be done. And I was actually going to commit to working on this group if we need to as well, but okay. I'm okay with the evaluation, but it's just like, I feel like it's not, I mean, there's no acknowledgement of what does exist already in terms of SAFER, SIGMA. There's one mention of the management zones, which also helps with some of that. But anyway, I'm making these comments because I'm not quite sure that I'm ready or to see this go yet, because I don't think it recognizes some already existing programs as well.
And some of that might have been pulled out from the previous, because we felt like we had provided too much detail in the past. But I think one of the things that, in terms of how this gets, the next step is, I assume, to develop some sort of RFQ, which we haven't, I don't really know what the next steps look like because we haven't gotten there yet, but maybe your role could be to help develop that RFQ that pulls together, here are some of the resources that we want this party to look into to do this evaluation, because it's pretty clear that we are failing the residents of California when we continue to talk about these issues and don't have answers yet.
So let's take some other comments. Go ahead, Andrew.
So I'll kind of respond to a couple things. I mean, first of all, to some of what Emily was saying. I mean, so in our recent needs assessment for SAFER, we saw that just for domestic wells, it's about over $6 billion, right? Just for the domestic wells that are at high risk that we know about. And we've started looking at our programs, SAFER, the regional board programs, SIGMA, and there's no way you could cobble together $6 billion, right, out of those. And I think that's part of what we need to figure out is like, I think the gaps are going to be huge, right? I mean, I think there's places where we have coverage, but there's not only not enough money in those programs to address everything. There's also, not the authority, there's not the geographic coverage to address it statewide. And so what we're trying to do at the Water Board is we're gonna start an effort in the new year to really outline what our programs can do and what they cannot do. And so we're gonna talk about it. There's our Safer Advisory Group is meeting December 5th, I believe. And so we're gonna kind of preview that there with our advisory group. And then we're working with the regional boards, with our Sigma group, with DWR's Sigma group, to try to like outline, okay, what can the state do, or at least what can the Water Board and DWR do? And then from there say, okay, it's gonna be a small part of what's needed. And then maybe I think that should help to inform this discussion of like, okay, with all of the leftover, like, what do we do, and where are the, what is the role of local governments? What is the role of domestic well owners themselves? Like, how do we cobble something together that can work for everybody, or at least, everybody who wants it, of course. So I think so I just wanted to let folks know that we're working on kind of our piece, and hope that it can run in parallel with this. So that was the first thing. The other thing is, I think, and this is just a comment on the funding, I'll speak for the Water Board, but I think all state agencies in this place, our contract funding is being cut pretty drastically. So we wouldn't be able to fund this. I don't believe DWR would either. So I just wanted to just kind of put out there, we may want to think of an option where that either doesn't require much funding, or that we can kind of do ourselves, or like we'll do our part, DWR will do their part, and we'll kind of pull it together in that way if we can't get the funding. Because I think it is very important. I'm very supportive of this. I think it is very important that we, a year from now, or at least, by the end of the next calendar year, we have something that we can say, this is what we've come up with, and really do that. So I just think it's important that we figure out a path forward on this kind of, no matter the funding.
All right, thanks, Andrew. So we have Laura and Catherine, is that yours? Oh, that's Kyle. Okay, so we'll do Laura, Kyle, and then we'll come to Suzanne.
Thank you. Laura Ramos, California Water Institute at Fresno State. I'm with Emily. I totally think that the analysis is a great idea to identify any gaps that there might be. I have a couple of concerns. One of them is when it comes to the solutions. I think identifying the gaps and just seeing them in paper is going to make a big difference for a lot of people. But identifying the solution, I mean, we can't tell State Water Board, we think the solution is that now you fill in this gap, or DWR, you fill in this gap. And so I'm a little worried about the solution recommendation, but I think any of them, once they see a gap in paper, they might be like, oh, that wasn't an apparent gap, now it is. We might be able to fill it this way or this way, instead of us saying, this is how we think the solutions should be. But also concerns on us being the oversight group. I think periodic updates, like Janine comes and does to the group, but that we are completely overseeing it, I don't know that that's our role. I think making sure, I think any of the recommendations we would want to see moving forward, and we would want periodic updates, but I don't think on any of them we should be the oversight group that makes sure they get implemented, or that we have the power to do that. I think that's a question back here. Yeah.
Just to touch on this, that throughout the discussions today, we're now at recommendation 5, the issue of what will be the DRIP collaborative role in supporting, following up on, being informed by the implementation. That's going to be an issue that we're going to have to think through. So we're going to come back to that conversation this afternoon after we go through all the recommendations, but I keep hearing that coming back. I think that's going to be a very important conversation for us to come back to. Go ahead, Kyle, and then Suzanne.
Yeah, just to comment on a couple of the themes that have been happening. I think that I think oversight of how the state is responding and addressing drought is exactly our role. And if agencies aren't doing what they should, if there's problems, we should be able to call it out. And if we can come to solutions, that's great. If we can't, that's fine too. But I don't think we should. What I like about this is, we are really just focused now on the evaluation, because that is really what's necessary to help understand gaps and overlaps. And I think Emily, you pointed out a lot of where there is confusion about existing roles. What do you do if you have a well go dry, but it's also nitrate impacted? Who addresses that, the GSA or the management zone? Or is it the county through OES, or is it safer because they're in the right way? It's not always clear. Sometimes it does overlap. And so I think being able to understand who is available, who isn't available, and where those conversations need to be had is really important. I think that, when we talk about some things, I'm hearing about mitigation cost sharing agreements between GSAs and management zones in some cases. And it's just like, wait, so is that ag figuring out which part of ag is going to pay for what program through what fee to fund? So I think it's just getting that holistic picture can help us see where we can focus the conversation going forward. And again, maybe we don't decide that is appropriate for us to have that conversation, but at least laying out the land, I think, is going to be really powerful, because there is so much intention on addressing domestic wells. It's not on the state board to do it alone. It's not on counties to do it alone. It's not on mitigation to do it alone. But how do we get there? It's important to do. And how do we get there in a place to understand what to do about it before maybe not the next drought, but the drought after that is something we're really interested in.
Okay, great. And Suzanne, you'll be the last comment, and then we'll take public comments.
So I am very supportive of this recommendation. And in response to some of the concerns, I guess I feel that solutions can evolve over time. I don't know that any of these projects are the solution at this time, and I think they have to evolve, and they evolve differently where they're applied and in different regions, because the dynamics of that region, of the various subbasins and areas are all different, and who operates in them is different, and how they operate is, I just think it doesn't have to be identified for me at this time. The other thing I want to say is that I agree that there has been really not a lot of attention paid to the middle class group of domestic well owners. I do think there are programs, I've looked at a lot of programs for domestic wells, and they do emphasize the economic group that they're in, and I just think there needs to be some protection for the middle, that perhaps have enough money or have some money to put toward their well. They're not disadvantaged. But I know in our group, there's talk of wanting to develop a well protection program. Nobody really knows exactly what the details should be, but perhaps even something, not even statewide, but community-wide, that could be funded, through the residents and through whatever agencies are going to be involved with that community group. So I think that for me, I feel comfortable with it being open, because I don't know that we don't have all of the answers for any of this right now. Thank you.
Can I respond to just a couple little things I want to bring up, tying this back to some of the other efforts too. Andrew mentioned what the State Water Board is doing with their evaluations. Our recommendation 3 is really focused on how counties are going to be developing their drought plans and making that more clear. This process can directly inform that, because if some of the outcomes are like, okay, counties, you do have some responsibility here, that should be included in their drought plans. So, there is feedback for all this, because right now everybody's sort of working on their own. And then I really do think that we are empowered to make recommendations, that groups like the State Board and DWR do things. I don't think we can make them do it, but we can certainly recommend that they take on some of this responsibilities. I think that's exactly what we're here to do. So with that, hopefully, we answered all of the questions and concerns. And I do think the next step, whatever it looks like in developing this outline of what this evaluation should look at, we could certainly have more people at the table in developing what that includes.
Yeah. All right, thank you, and appreciate the raising concern and offering to be part of the solution. I think that's really important for the work that we're doing together. Public comment, anything from our public comment? What about online? No comments, okay. All right, then, in that case, readiness vote. Do you feel that this recommendation is ready to be approved and to be voted on? Yes, please.
If part of it, like, I totally agree with the recommendation of creating the analysis is ready, but the other part is not, do I vote yes or do I vote no? No, but, yeah.
I think you voting on it the way it's described, and we also have the comment sheet where we would like for additional comments to be added. We, of course, heard your comment in the meeting right now, but you're voting on the recommendation as it was described, yes. Yeah. Readiness vote, one more time, please. I think I have 16. Is that correct? Let's do it one more time, just want to make sure. 1. $16. Okay. All right. So in this case, we're not going to vote on including the recommendation as part of the recommendation list for 2024. And we will go back to the lead and the work group to see if they want to continue updating based on the comments that were provided. If there is interest in contributing to updating it, we can do that as well.
I will absolutely volunteer to work on this recommendation.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I still think it deserves a round of applause for a lot of work on this. So thank you very much for our lead, for the work group. We're going to break for lunch. What is our time now? 12:35. Okay, so we will start at 1:35. And if everybody can gather back at 1:30 so we can start right on time. Thanks, everyone, and enjoy lunch. All right, welcome back, everyone. We still have a few more fun things to do. The walnuts are a hit. I'm very excited that I learned how to crack those walnuts. Yeah. All right, so as we get started, we are going to redo the roll call to establish quorum. So I'm just going to read them. Again, just let us know you're here. Alvar Escriva Boo. How do you say your last name, just say? Bo, thank you. Annalise Rivera. Andrew Altavote. Anna Niemark. Anna Schiller. Brent Hasty. Carolina Hernandez. Catherine Freeman. Elia Baker-Lowe. Emily Rooney. Emily's not here. Jason Colombini.
The company after me is actually for my alternate, not for myself. I don't know if that matters or not, just so you're aware.
Okay. Let the record show. Karina Cervantes. Katie Ruby. Kyle Jones. Laura Ramus. Matessa Martin. Nancy Vogel. Nate Ortiz? Nate is not here. Sierra Ryan? Suzanne Pecci? Tom Gibson? Virginia Jemison?
Marie?
Yes?
Emily stepped back in the room.
Emily Rooney? All right, 3 other members who are not here, Joshua Grover, Louisa McCovey, and Tammy McVeigh. So with that, establishing a quorum. All right, so before we continue on, just want to go back to recommendation 5. And maybe just say that I was not very clear. Laura, you had asked a question about the components of the recommendations. And we had a bit of miscommunication about that in terms of what is included and not. And so I wanted to bring that back and just read what the recommendation is. And want to give you a chance to say something because you came after the meeting and recognizing that we had that miscommunication, which affected our vote. So the recommendation says, provide clarity on the existing roles and responsibilities of the state and local governments and other responsible parties on how domestic wells are managed, maintained, and responded to when an outage or other problem occurs as means to manage expectations, support coordination, and document the existing gaps in law or implementation of domestic wells related to preparedness and response for water shortage. So yeah, that's a mouthful. And apologies for not quite understanding your question. And just to clarify that the way this recommendation is set is really focusing on the evaluation and identifying gaps in roles and responsibility. And so the fact we have an appendix there is something that we as a development team gonna consider because there's several recommendations who have that issue and whether we need to include or remove that moving forward, regardless of what happens next. So I'm gonna give you a chance to just share what you shared with us after the meeting, and then I would propose to potentially revote this.
And sorry to everybody. I too, like Emily, was a little confused about the content and what was included in it because some of it was appendix and I thought that was part of the recommendation. And so as I mentioned earlier, I am all for a gap analysis, but I had some concerns about some of the additional areas. Well, it turns out the additional areas that I had concerned about were in the appendix. But I was always for a gap analysis. And so it turns out that what we were voting for was the gap analysis, and I misunderstood that. And so I did not vote for what I thought I was voting for.
So I explained to Laura that we can re-vote this, but we still have the same issue, making sure that we have everybody here to re-vote this and have a 17 to make sure that it's ready to move forward. That, of course, does not preclude the work group to add information to it, work through that to the extent that needed, but let's see if we can revote it with everyone's permission. So, yes. Oh, all right. So just as a reminder, so the readiness vote is a question on have we met the right level of detail? Have we sufficiently addressed the concerns that DRIP Collaborative members have identified previously? So if you're a yes, please raise your hand. We have 20, so we're going to move forward to the final vote, which is, does the recommendation appropriately address the problem statement? Does the recommendation align with DRIP Collaborative purpose? Does the recommendation provide added value? If you're for it. We have 20, so we'll just approve the recommendation. Thank you, everyone, and thanks for coming and giving us an opportunity to correct that. I appreciate it. And with that, I think, Glenn, you're going to be doing recommendation 6 and 8.
Okay, I'm about ready to invite up Katie and Aaliyah. I just want to make one quick comment. Thank you all for a really productive morning conversation. Pretty much nearly everyone, yet even though we're only halfway through the meeting, has said something. I always think of you all help us see a more complete picture. That's been 100% true this morning. I'm looking forward to this afternoon. So let's have Aaliyah and Katie come up for 6 and 8, which is now combined.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Katie Ruby with California Urban Water Agencies, and I believe this is the last recommendation we're voting on today, so thank you for hanging in there. So this is recommendations 6 and 8, which have since been combined, thanks to feedback from the last STRIP meeting and our work group meeting in between. So the goal of this recommendation really is to create a broader understanding of the challenges and successes of achieving drought resilience through kind of these two different components. So the first part, which was originally, forget which one, number 6 maybe, is drought definition, so clarifying drought terminology. And then the second piece of this is providing examples that highlight different aspects of resilience through case studies that are representative of different types of drought users across the state and representative of different geographies. So the idea here is to create, we think kind of combining the terminology with the case study examples creates this bigger picture of how drought is experienced, and that kind of improved understanding will help drive action. So a few items that we discussed as a work group were the potential implementing parties. And so we talked about some limitations on state resources, and so propose having perhaps an academic or research partner play a lead role in this. And then there were also some comments around just how we kind of categorize and frame case studies to make sure they're representative. So we've updated the recommendation to include some suggested categories framed around kind of different user groups. So agricultural, urban, rural, tribal, commercial, industrial, environmental, and habitat, or other. There was also an idea of maybe looking beyond California, but to try to keep the scope manageable, we propose focusing on California to start, although we want to make sure that the diverse geographies within California are represented. So I mentioned kind of the staff time and resource concerns. We do really want to cast a wide net, but also aim for efficient execution, and Aaliyah will talk a little bit more about that and the roles. And we do envision some sort of ongoing role for DRIP in this in terms of helping scope and also cast a wide net for the case studies. So some benefits of this, again, we want to capture kind of the wide range of factors that influence water supply conditions and improve that general understanding to inform decision-making. The case studies provide opportunity to highlight the role of state actions and programs and examples of successful drought mitigation practices, as well as where there may be gaps or opportunities to help kind of prioritize future focus areas as well. And this, hopefully, through the case studies too, can help elevate existing campaigns and other efforts. So on the right side here, we have kind of coordination and alignment with other programs. We'll talk a little bit more about the different roles in a bit, but I did also want to highlight that we envision kind of building upon recommendation 2, which is that rapid inventory of drought tools and resources. So we propose that that recommendation happen first and identify some tools and resources that can then maybe be further elevated through this recommendation.
Thanks, Katie, that was great. So I think some of the next steps that we wanted to discuss today are what are those implementation components and some of the challenges ahead of us, but also the funding needs. And I think there's some room for discussion here. I do want to almost skip ahead to the next slide to talk a little bit about some of the roles and responsibilities as we see it. So we consider this DRIP Collaborative to be an incredible source of scope setting and also an outreach partner and network in making sure that we're reaching the right individuals to help uplift the stories of drought. We think that, DRIP members might contribute their own recommendations or their own, examples and case studies, but also connect with folks in our own communities and networks to find those various examples across sectors and geographies. The Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, formerly OPR, could be a resource host. We have, through the Integrated Climate Adaptation and Resiliency Program, an adaptation clearinghouse where we host case studies already. So this could be a space to highlight and store those stories and examples. And be kind of that main hub, but it doesn't have to be the only space to elevate these materials. We think that there's a lot of opportunity to showcase these examples in our various works. One example that's a little more close to home for me is the 5th climate change assessment could be one space where we could uplift some of these kinds of examples, specifically identifying how drought is so nuanced and varied and really affects people and our natural systems and our built communities in different ways. So those are just a couple of examples that we would be willing to contribute. Funding is another consideration that we will need to think through, but there's also an opportunity to engage some of existing state outreach and communication channels to elevate the opportunity for collecting input and collecting these examples, and to also share back with the public what we've learned and compiled. We need a partner to help conduct the work itself. So we've talked about an academic or other research institution. I know there's been some discussion amongst the group and potential interest or folks that might be aware of academic institutes that might be willing to contribute to this effort. And so that could be, a source of in-kind support or something that would require additional funding. And I think, that raises again the question that we've been talking about even earlier today, that there are limited resources in this budget year. And so that's something that we would need to think through in terms of how to achieve the goals of this and do it well and do it right. So the contributor partner, this is a broad group of individuals. So to Katie's earlier point, we want to make sure that this effort really represents the diversity of California. There's many different players across sectors and communities, and we want to really speak to those different stories and experiences. And so I think it can be up to us to elevate, but we need to also be strategic in making sure we're not missing communities whose voice needs to be heard in this effort. So back to this slide, funding needs. We anticipate that this is an exercise that would cost, potentially up to $50,000, maybe less. It's not a huge lift, but at the same time, resources can be limited. So that's one of the challenges that we need to consider going forward. And I think overall, just kind of current capacities, want to just call attention to that. So another challenge that we identified was really the need to reach broad communities. And I think that this is one that we can certainly tackle amongst ourselves in elevating the opportunities. And so kind of going back and forth, I think as far as implementation steps go, I think it's up to us to help kind of confirm these implementation parties, these roles and responsibilities. If what we sort of went over sounds appropriate to this group, I think that's a good starting point and something that can be refined as we gain more information through the rapid review, for example. And then ensuring that we're building the right partnerships to build this out. And I think from there, we have a lot of existing networks to blast out an opportunity to start compiling. And I think this body would be a great space to review some of the content that comes through and to discuss how we want to knit that into a more cohesive narrative. That could be kind of a product of this group, but also something that could be a resource for many of our works across the state. And then that's where we can, I think, revisit this idea of a communication strategy, which we'll talk about shortly. I'm going to pause there and see if there's any questions or comments. Oh, should I go to the? And I want to highlight, overall, there's been a good amount of support for this idea so far. And I think the merger really complements well. We had a lot of feedback in previous meetings about combining these two and feel that this really elevates both needs well. Having sort of like an introduction to set the stage, but then the examples to complement that.
Okay, so let's go Kyle, Virginia, and then Anna.
I just wanted to thank you both for working on this and bringing it forward. I think just one question maybe I have is when we talk about urban, rural, for talking about drought impacts, I want to just ask if maybe we can be a little bit more specific when we talk about rural. There's some small rural systems who are really well prepared for drought. There's others that aren't. There's also domestic well users that maybe should just be called out separately because I think that's a really important consideration. But overall, I think the idea is fantastic, and I like the idea of case studies. I think when we talk about drought in terms of statistics and scenarios, it doesn't reach the public very well. But when we're able to share stories about communities and people, I think that really does, and so I think that's powerful to do. Thank you.
Yeah, and great point on how we define those categories.
Hi, this is Virginia with the Department of Food and Ag, and I was going to offer CDFA for case studies. I think we certainly have examples of folks who we served during the last drought through our California Underserved and Small Producers Program, and so I am just imagining that the other state agencies also have examples that they'd be willing to share. So just putting that out there. It seems like something that, yeah, a graduate student could help with, but also something we could pull together.
Excellent, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Anna. Anna Schiller with the Environmental Defense Fund. I just want to also voice support for this recommendation. I particularly like the inclusion of some environmental case studies as well, thinking both about maybe terrestrial and aquatic habitats, I think would be very helpful, as well as the people that are affected as ecosystems are impacted by drought. I also would maybe encourage us to think about the initial investment, initial budget to develop case studies as being a first phase, and perhaps having a second phase that has a bit more robust of a budget to support multimedia storytelling, recognizing that having first-person narratives is so powerful when it comes to discussing drought, really thinking about video and other types of campaigns with more significant investment, I think can really increase the production value and the impact of this recommendation.
Okay, let's go Jason and then Nancy.
Hi, yes, Jason Colombini. I also really like this proposal as well. In regards to the case studies you're looking at, do you see looking at both the supply side and demand side of droughts? I mean, the supply side seems to be the given one, but also maybe doing case studies on ways in both the ag and urban communities to reduce demand in droughts as well. What programs might there? Or are you sticking more on just the supply side of the aspect of drought?
I don't know that we've narrowed it down thus far. I think that's some discussion yet to come on how we frame it. I think there's a lot of ways to go about that. And if it's like a sector-based approach or if it's more geographically focused. But I think like the overall intent is to recognize that there's different experiences of this challenge, and we want to call attention to that, but we also want to highlight solutions. We want to highlight success cases and stories that, can elicit some hope in that direction. So I think it can be a little bit of both. Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I was going to add, because on the definition side, that came up too, of like wanting to highlight the various factors that influence drought conditions or shortage and recognizing it's not just supply. So I think that would be a good way to highlight that. Yeah.
Nancy Vogel with Natural Resources Agency, I guess, and DWR. If you're looking for academic partners, don't forget about the journalism schools, because you've got students there who are training to tell stories, and they're going to have the tools that you need for multimedia. So it's just a thought.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and actually, I guess to respond to that point too, just because the way we did scope the recommendation, we figured we'd start with kind of the written format for those resource reasons, but the opportunity to certainly enhance it, recognizing that that would require more funding. So I think this phased approach we can reevaluate too.
So let's wrap up with Sierra and Suzanne and Alvar.
I also had a comment on the budget. I think you should like quadruple it and be realistic. Because it's not gonna get a lot of traction. Like, you might be able to get a grad student to do something for $50,000, but you're not gonna have an impact like that. If you're interested in connecting offline, my regions, the Monterey Bay region just got $71 million NOAA grant for climate studies, which involves a massive amount of money for fellowships focused on climate. And this is all still in the development phases. I could probably connect you to some of the people involved in that, because it seems like this is exactly the sort of thing that they are also interested in, like bringing attention to voices that aren't being heard but are impacted by climate change. Yeah, so we can connect offline if you're interested.
Sure. Thank you.
So I'd be interested in even seeing some of the case studies that you're talking about. I mean, what are the stories, if we could send me one so I could look at it? And also, are there stories that we could submit to you, like in my sub-basin during the flood, the farmers opened their levees and, took the water on their land? Are there new ones? Are you looking for new stories too that kind of connect farming and agriculture in also, as far as contributing to the drought resiliency?
Yeah, thanks, Suzanne. And this has sort of come up in some earlier conversations around like a template. And I think, we can offer a variety of different case study examples. I think that there's potential to kind of redefine what some of these stories might be, and open that door a little bit for some unique experiences. But I think that, we can certainly provide like a starting template of what a format could look like and some of the criteria that would go into that as a starting point that, perhaps this group could deliberate on and weigh in on.
Really quickly, sorry, Alvarez Escrivá, UC Davis. I really like the idea too. 2 points on kind of feedback. One is following up on Nancy, excuse me. There's different programs in different universities that offer, like, students are looking for kind of project, like 6 months project or 4 month project. And, for example, Santa Barbara has a project. I think Berkeley has a kind of program also. So I think that this could be an idea to kind of pitch the idea. I think that the point, someone has to lead it. So there's still some work to do on leading the development. The second, I think it's NIDIS. NIDIS has also a similar, it's not exactly the same, it's more about impact reporting, but has kind of what's called citizen science development, where they look for feedback from people on the ground. And they have like this format of reporting, and people just report stories or drought impacts and stuff like that. I think that, I just think that it's a good idea, at least to think about how they're doing, what they are doing well, and how this could be adapted to your idea.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we're ready to go and do the readiness votes. So raise your hand if you're ready to vote.
Do we need to do public comment?
Oh, yes. Public comment. Thank you, Kyle. Are there any public comments? Okay. Put your hands back up. Okay, so that's 21, and that's everyone. Okay, let's do the final vote. Yes? Okay, that's everyone, 21. Okay, thank you. Awesome. The one thing I'll comment on is that role slide is perhaps something we want to do on every recommendation going forward. It kind of exists here and there on all recs, but we should be really thorough. We'll come back, we'll lead a conversation about what the role is of DRIP going forward for each of the recs. And you can imagine it feels a little bit different for each one, so.
Yeah, we still have to go to Rec 7, but before we do that, because we've had these 21 votes and not quite as careful in recording all the votes. So going back to recommendation 5, we had 20 yes for readiness, and I just want to check on a no. if there any vote, 1 no, and that means that there are no abstaining. And then we had 20 votes for final recommendation. Any votes for no? 1. And that means that there are no abstaining votes. All right, okay, thank you. All right, and now I'm going to turn it over to you, Laura, to talk about recommendation 7. And as Glenn said earlier on today, at the beginning in the morning, recommendation 7 was split in terms of the focus. Some of it was incorporated into recommendation 1, and now we're kind of rethinking what recommendation 7 could be. So we're not looking to vote on it today. Laura is going to present kind of the evolution of the recommendation, and then we have some questions to just solicit feedback so the leads and the work group can go back to the drawing board and continue and work on the recommendation.
Thank you. Am I on? Yes? Am I close enough? Okay. Okay, thank you. So on behalf of myself and Tim, thank you so much for all of the feedback that has been provided on recommendation 7. And part of the reason you're not voting today is because it's almost like a brand new recommendation 7. It is not that we just made a little bit of changes here and there based on your recommendation. We completely redid it. And today we're going to present to you what we think the direction should be, and then ask some key questions to make sure that as we move forward, we're moving in the right direction that the collaborative would like to see. And then just a couple of things before I go through the updated recommendation. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that this recommendation is the development of a communications program to improve public understanding of drought and related extremes of climate change in California. It is not a communications plan for what DRIP is doing in each of the recommendations. And so as you see in the last bullet, it says link the communication programs to the recommendation 1, 6, and 8, because those recommendations are almost tools that a communications plan would use to communicate and improve the public's understanding of drought, not necessarily that we are promoting each of the different items. And so with that in mind, I want to go through some of the bullets. So during this plan, we want to consider a diverse audience, and we appreciate that the messaging is can change and is very much based on geography, level of expertise, the different water suppliers, and related concerns. So it is not one message fits all. It is not one language fits all. It is not one understanding fits all. And so it has to consider all of the different audiences. We want to make sure that the plan elevates the use of existing communication vehicles such as Save Our Water and California Water Watch before investing resources in a new communications hub. So we want to make sure that we're not duplicating. We're actually, on the contrary, taking advantage of everything that is already out there. As we heard earlier, from Aaliyah and Virginia, their websites have some of these case studies. They have some of these items. So does California Watch. So it is going to be a matter of learning what all of them are doing and see where do we fit to make sure that we're not being wasteful by duplicating an entire effort that's already out there. We want to make sure that we develop a curated information hub that links the appropriate messages to a diverse audience. So if we do find all of these areas, let's make them easy for others to find them by linking to them and not saying we're replacing this or it is in addition to that. It's more like here's a list of all of the resources that are available out there. We want to make sure that we solicit and consider audience feedback and encourage the program involvement to ensure the relevance of the communication program. We have a diverse group in the room and in the DRIP collaborative, but there might be a specific audience that isn't represented. So it's identifying who those are and allowing for the feedback and encourage feedback to ensure that we do meet all of the different audiences. do I read the comments or how do I address this section?
I'm happy to tag team with you. So based on comments that you've all provided from the pre-meeting, there were some questions around, well, first it was a recognition that divvying it up was probably a good idea. And a comment that might be worthy of a discussion, and I think that's one of the 3 questions that you have later on, has to do with the comment that not all recommendations necessarily require a communication plan. And so a bit of a discussion about that because we've heard different perspective on that particular topic. With regard to the platform, the hub idea, again, another question that you have coming up, so this can kind of jumpstart the discussion. Be good to leverage an existing platform, looking at the California Water Watch as a potential central hub. And again, just the importance of not being duplicative, I think, comes across these comments quite a bit. And that with regard to being having an effective outreach and messaging, we need to be thoughtful about strategy and messaging for diverse communities, including non-English speakers, really acknowledging that different communities have different needs, and we want to make sure that communication aligns with those needs and accessibility. So the recommendation was to start with some kind of a survey or way to capture how people receive and interpret the different types of drought-related communication. So these are some of the comments, and if you go to the next slide, if you want to go over the questions, but you can see those really align well with what you're asking. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was going to mention, that I think the comments that we read almost confirm that the questions that we have to review with you today are that we're all in the same boat of the questions that we had and that you think we need to answer before we move forward. So as you saw, it was only like phase 0 that we put on the paperwork and then some of part 1, but it's mostly we know that we need to make some changes. And so first one, the value added is that one of the prior concerns expressed was that the communication program would duplicate existing efforts. Yet the Water Commission's white paper recommends better alignment of messaging, especially aligning state and local communication about drought issues through the Drought Resilience Integration and Partners, or the DRIP Collaborative. So the first question we have for all of you, and open to not just question, but open to comments, is, does the collaborative members agree with our new recommendation to begin with research on existing efforts and formulating a gap analysis to inform future developments of this communication plan? Is it a vote? Is it a question? Is it just an open agree, don't agree? Is it a vote? What is it? No?
It's.
I'm asking process questions.
Oh, well, I think just in general to just you just presented kind of the new approach, and would love to just hear from everyone. What are your thoughts about this evolution of recommendation 7? We can start with that. Go ahead, Katie.
Thanks for your work on reframing. Is this on? Yeah. I like how it's been divided up, and I also like the shift. I think at one point it was called a communication platform, and I like that we shifted to program, because I think like the platform or hub is one piece of it, but the how and what's the language and messaging we use is an important piece of it also. So I think on the research of existing efforts, I think that's great, and I also want to see if there's an existing survey or poll, or if not, if that's something we might consider in terms of just seeing how people best receive information, like what language resonates, what types of media, to inform what that program ultimately looks like.
Go ahead, Tom.
So I think I had a thought that's similar to that, or maybe builds off it, which is maybe a thing that could become an action of the group would be like a gap analysis of how are the, and also sort of similar to the item about, gathering what are the data resources and all, but what is the communication that goes on about drought? How does that work? What groups aren't being reached? Where are we missing things? how are we falling short in our communication, so that maybe that could be, instead of creating yet another voice of communicating drought, maybe identify where there's a missing piece of the communication and then try to raise that up to people who can improve their efforts based on that feedback.
Addressing, understanding the lay of the land as it relates to communication and finding the places where there are opportunity to improve or address gaps. Go ahead, Sierra.
Yeah, just building on that and something Katie mentioned, the idea of a survey, I think could be really valuable of people who are using some of the tools available and who they're not applicable to for like we've never really taken advantage of any of the state tools at the county level because the state tools were really more targeted to water agencies, so they weren't very useful for domestic well owners, for example. And then one thing that we really, really struggle with is translation services, and this is probably fairly common. We can get things somewhat translated into Spanish if we have enough lead time, but the people who are doing the translation are not familiar with the material, and I think that there are industry standard terminology like there is in English in Spanish, but the people who are doing the translations don't know it, so there's a lack of consistency about the messaging when it's not coming in English. And then Spanish is really the only language that we're able to get translation services. So I know you mentioned non-English speakers in there, and I think that's really critical for a lot of the smaller communities to be able to make sure they're reaching their constituents.
Thanks, Sierra. Go ahead, Suzanne, and then Annalise.
So I live in a very multicultural community. It's not just Spanish-speaking people. We have a large population of Asians and Sikhs, Indians. So it's more than just translating a lot of this information into Spanish, from English. So it maybe a broader, and that's more talking about tailoring the communication to the needs of the area. Some of them will be different, some of them will just be, will have a lot different makeup of the population. And a lot of these different populations live on domestic wells. They are not urban dwellers. So maybe broaden the thinking on who lives in California.
Thanks, Suzanne. Go ahead, Annalise.
Yeah, I don't think anything, I think a lot of you said what I was sort of thinking, but I too would be very curious about where, my thoughts initially went to where do most people get their information regarding drought. I think that'd be very interesting to know, but then that made me think also, it probably depends on what audience we're talking about as to where they get it. With Janine's talk earlier about don't listen to mainstream media in terms of anemia and all that. However, that being said, probably where a lot of, average people are getting some of their, impressions of what's going on and with our water in our state. So yeah, just thinking through kind of who we're targeting for what and where do people get their information on what's going on? Is it, conversations at home? What does that look like? So yeah.
So I'm hearing that a survey might be a good tool to use to understand accessibility, what tools, what communication mechanism we have, understanding their effectiveness and thinking about the language that is being used to address the needs of different communities. Go ahead.
One more thought I had also meant to add was I wonder if there too at any stage in this there could be opportunity for kind of that public-private partnership around comms as well. I'm just thinking through other, comm strategies as that works, if there's ways for NGOs to participate or what that could possibly look like as well once that stage is, ready.
So what I'm hearing is that the collaborative members do agree that we should start with the gap analysis that will potentially include a survey. Right? Okay. So moving on to the next question. It is about integration. And so the comment we want to address is the comment made in one of the DRIP collaborative meetings was that possibly all or most of other proposals moving forward should include considerations about communicating the result. And so the question for all of you is, do members agree that the collaborative should ask the projects, whether undertaken by the collaborative member or another party, should include a plan or recommendation for communications of their results?
Any thoughts on the integration of communication to the recommendation and potential efforts related to those recommendations?
And so when we say recommendations, that it's recommendation 1 through 8, correct?
Oh, whether it relates to the recommendation we just approved or whether it relates to future recommendations, that's a good question. I think some of them have a communication components to it, but not all of them.
I can chime in. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little strange because it's like retroactive if we already approved the other recommendations. I mean, I agree with the comment that we should consider it, but also I think some of the recommendations have that inherently baked in, like recommendation 1, right? Whereas others might be more so like reflected in the DRIP annual report and may not necessarily need a whole communication plan beyond that. So I feel like it should be a consideration, but I don't feel like it should be a requirement that each recommendation include a communication plan.
Any other comments? No?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I agree with that, that, you know, we'll probably have enough communication about those, like in our meetings and then in the yearly report and stuff like that. And because I was thinking more of this effort as being more around how do we get information, like useful, actionable information out to the public and other, you know, interested parties, as opposed to how do we communicate what we, the DRIP, are doing.
So the project would be the gap analysis. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, the gap analysis and what different audiences need and that sort of thing. Yeah.
All right, we have just a few more minutes if you want to
Yes.
go through your last.
Yes, so the last question is about coordination and to avoid wasting resources through duplication, but recognizing that different audiences have different information needs. The recommendation is introducing the slimmed down idea of Drought Information Hub, connecting users to other existing resources sites. So the question we want to ask you today is, do DRIP collaborative members think this role is already fulfilled in whole or in part by any existing communication platform? And does one existing site stand out as the most likely candidate for serving this purpose? She doesn't want to be first.
Go ahead, Leah.
I can just, I mean, I'm not sure that one necessarily comes to mind as standing out, but I think that this goes to Tom's point in some of the discussion that this is an opportunity to learn what's out there and to see what we can leverage and build. So I kind of like the reframing around like this recommendation being that gap analysis and kind of see where we go from there. Get grounded in what we have available, and if that exists and if we can leverage that, that seems like the likely way to go. And if this group can support, filling additional gaps or elevate, what we're learning and discussing here further, then I think that needs to be grounded in sort of an assessment of what we know and what we have already.
All right. No other questions?
Well, anything else while you have everybody's attention as you're going back to the drawing board? Any other questions?
No, other than thank you for all of the feedback today. And Tim and I will work on your feedback and present a more updated version the next time we meet.
Thanks, Laura. And, but just want to make sure, just checking on public comments. Anything online? Nothing. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so we went through all the recommendations, went through this whole year of process, thinking through focus areas, problem statements, developing recommendations to address those problem statements, and just want to really acknowledge all the work that you've all done in different spaces throughout the year to help with building these recommendations. And in some way, this work has been completed, and we're going to soon make space and energy and room for the 2025 focus areas moving forward. But just wanted to take a moment to just thank you all for doing this work, and to just call out that we have recommendation 7, so the group is going to continue and do the work, and there are going to be opportunities to build on that and come back. So given this work that we've done this year, looking back, starting with focus areas identification, spend the second year with developing recommendations. And throughout the day today, we were thinking about, okay, so how are we going to, yes? Go ahead.
I had a question on the previous slide, because it said the third work group was reframed or reestablished as communications work group. So just to clarify, is that work group kind of continuing then with this new?
Okay, that's really a good question. Because yes, there is an assumption here that the communication recommendation was sitting with the drought definition and narrative. And so even though the other recommendations were completed, they still have to do work. So the assumption is, but we can definitely do a bit of a hand raise and just check in on who wants to continue on in the work group and work on recommendation 7. So thank you for pausing. So I know, Laura, you're working on it. And we have Elia, Katie, Matissa, Nate, Reggie, Suzanne, and Tim in this group. Do you see a change to your participation in the work group? You're good. Is there anybody who would like to be added on to work on the communication program?
Can I say something?
Yes, please. Just use the microphone.
Yes. Maybe this is, I don't know if this is a time to say this, but I think, one other way that we could do this is, I think everyone but me, it's in the last group. So I think that we could just, merge these two groups. Because to me, it's really similar things, or at least are complementary things, what we are doing. First group and third group. Are you following me here? Yeah, merge first and third, because everyone but me, it's, I think, and Robin.
And Robin.
It's in the other group, and I think that we are talking about similar things. I mean, the drought narrative and definition and all that, I don't know if this is the moment to say that. I just raising that comment.
I appreciate and just want to acknowledge that several of you have participated in several conversations and contributed in different ways. The intention is that these work groups were formed to develop their recommendations. And so now you've completed your work group task, right? And you'll see as we move forward with our conversation today, we have 2 focus areas that we're going to look into 2025, and we want to be really mindful of everybody's time commitment and participation. And so we're going to talk about the role of DRIP with the recommendations that we approved, but really thinking about how we're going to create work groups in the way that support the work ahead, as opposed to revisit the work that you've done this year. So just a distinction. But Alvar, I'm happy to add you to this work group so you can continue and support the work around communication programs, which would be very much of value given that it was split and there is that connection. Okay, great. Yes, you didn't know you were volunteering. Okay. All right, well, thank you for slowing me down. I'm watching the clock, and I really wanted to get into the role of the DRIP Collaborative in supporting the recommendation. I think it's an important conversation to have. But before we do that, just to acknowledge and hear from you about the process that we've engaged in this year. So going back to the first year, you've identified desired outcomes and what you were hoping to contribute as a DRIP collaborative. And these were the items that you have identified as a reminder. You were looking to build trust, promote coordination and collaboration by way of improved decision-making and clear resource allocation, improve drought messaging, communication, and education, thinking across multiple systems in different configurations, contributing to the building of state and local capacity to address drought emergencies, and keeping in mind the protection of those who are especially vulnerable. So thinking about small systems, rural communities, tribes, the environment. These were the foundational principles that you set for yourself in developing recommendations. And so if we could just take a few minutes to just reflect on that and reflect the work that we've done this past year, we'd love to hear from you if you feel that there is a level of success in terms of developing these recommendations that address some of these outcomes. What you've learned from the process of working together, and how does that inform how we can do things better next year? In any order, we'd love to just hear your reflections on this.
I can jump in.
Yes,
Kick us
please.
off. Hi, Anna Schiller. I'm definitely struck being back here in this building where we had our first DRIP meeting a couple years ago. And I think many of us came to that first meeting with a lot of questions about what we were going to accomplish with this group, what our objectives were, what was possible. And so I think I'm feeling very proud of what this work has done and very thankful to our facilitation team. I think it's no small feat to be able to come to consensus on water issues generally in California, but let alone put together some recommendations. So I think we struck a great balance in trying to focus in on recommendations that were specific and also at a scale and kind of a tone that was appropriate and where we could find agreement with this group. So just feeling I think this group should feel happy about where we've gotten in the last 2 years.
Thank you. Go ahead, Katie. I'm kind of going to go around, so if you want to share a thought, just lift your tent. I won't call on you.
A few of us were talking at lunch just about how the fact that we kind of got to this point with the recommendations and being able to approve them and revise them based on feedback was kind of a testament to the process working, because some of the recommendations really did shift pretty significantly. And I think the fact that people felt comfortable, voicing concerns and questions and being able to go back and work through that. So I think it worked really well. And I think part of that too is having kind of that pre-work too, getting feedback so that the recommendation leads have time to kind of review and adjust has been really helpful. So I appreciate the team kind of adapting along the way.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, what a journey we've been on. So I definitely want to acknowledge all of the hard work from the DRIP Collaborative team and all folks here and those that haven't been able to be here today. But I think we've gone through some growth, sometimes some growing pains as we're establishing kind of how this group interacts and how we set these goals. And I'm just very proud of these conversations and how we've found some alignment throughout the process. I think we've put out a lot of ambitious ideas, and And we've narrowed that down in a lot of ways to things that are a little more actionable and realistic. And I think we have some work to do to continue that process. And I look forward to those conversations. As far as the recommendations process goes, I will admit I am a little still confused about some of the voting schemes, and I think some clarity on just these processes, these core processes with how we come to agreement, and then what that means in terms of, you know, how actionable a recommendation is, or is it something that you know, the level of readiness really, and I wonder if there's a way to kind of tag or identify those differences in something that's you know, maybe underway already, or has, you know, lined up an implementer or funder, you know, the level of clarity we need to kind of feel that it's in a place to move forward, or if it's something that's sort of just this good idea that we would like to see come to be some way, and that may be something that may need more time and reflection to build out. So I think those are some kind of floating questions I still have for the group, and how, you know, the DRIP comes in, how we all kind of move in that space to elevate those opportunities and to continue that momentum, but also to pass that off to different implementing bodies where that makes sense. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really good feedback on process and how to work through it. Thank you. Comments, reflections, going around? Go ahead, Tom.
Yes. This being my first DRIP collaborative meeting, is sort of chiming in as an outsider interloper observing the group. It does seem to be highly successful as a group and as a dynamic in terms of sharing and adapting to feedback and taking in questions. So I am very encouraged by what I see as a group dynamic, spending a lot of time in large group settings in California Water. This seems like a really healthy, positive group, and I'm appreciating all the good work. And so I just wanted to offer out an encouragement for next steps and all. It seems like this is a really good platform for folks to work from.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, one more thing. I also want to say that goes to the collaborative, but also the facilitation team and the DWR team over there that's just off the main table. I appreciate all their hard work that goes into this too. So thank you to them.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of second that. I mean, I think the process has been, you know, deliberative, but, you know, constructive, and hearing everybody's input has been really helpful, and definitely appreciate everybody, the fact that everybody is so engaged in it. I think for us, in terms of like moving forward, definitely now that we're getting into year 3, is having, you know, work products, having sort of tangible results that we can, you know, that we can demonstrate. And so I think we're sort of on the cusp of that, but I definitely encourage everybody to kind of double down on, now that we have these recommendations, that we keep working on them so that we can demonstrate, you know, what we're actually doing then with them. So I think we're on that path, but I think in terms of moving forward, we need to, you know, definitely focus in on these things and figuring out how the work is gonna get done now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd like to echo everybody's comments about the supportive team, and that this has been a really great space to have these conversations. I think I'm still a little confused with the recommendations process about who exactly we're making these recommendations for, and what the likelihood is that anything's going to come of them. Because I think I do feel like it's been a successful process in developing a recommendation, but it's really not very useful if no one picks it up to implement it. So a lot of these are, you know, like the one that I was doing, recommending this analysis, like, well, how do we ensure that moves forward? So I almost feel like I'm not ready to say that it's been successful yet, because it's really only successful if something comes of it. Otherwise, it's just another kind of planning type document. I also think it would be great to get a little bit more clarity about the role of DRIP. It continues to come up, like, are we allowed to propose legislation? It felt like some, as a whole, sure, maybe the body can, but some individual members felt uncomfortable with that, and that never really seems to have gotten resolved. You brought up during the voting that something that I think is somewhat clarifying in terms of, are we voting, like, am I voting on behalf of Santa Cruz County? Am I voting on behalf of all public agencies? Or am I just voting on behalf of myself and what I know? And that's been, I think that has been challenging for some members, and we talked about this a little bit on the call last week. So I think just a little bit more clarity on that, and then, yeah, what exactly is it appropriate for us as this body to do, to recommend and do, and what do we, where does that end? So, but overall, I'm really happy with how far we've gotten.
Yeah, these are really important question to think through, and I see Anthony has his microphone ready to go ahead. I'll let you, and then I'll continue on.
Yeah, not to rain on some other slides later on, and to address a few. You had a laundry list there, Sierra, and I appreciate that, and hopefully I can remember everything. As far as where we go with the recommendations, you know, we've set out in the charter and mentioned a few times last year, all these recommendations will go in our report. The report goes to the governor's office, the heads of the agencies, water agencies and water departments, to inform them. But the recommendation is out there for the public and for you all to use as well as tools to engage with others. And as far as you're talking about DRIP's role, membership, what we can, cannot do, and so forth, you know, I think in respect to recommendation number 3, and where we pivoted from looking at potential proposals to change legislation wording, we felt that, you know, it was kind of out of the purview, wasn't specifically dialed in the legislation. And there are many avenues to do that work outside of DRIP, so it's not really in our purview. State agencies themselves have our own internal process to work with the governor's office and others. And then you all also have your own channels and can work with your legislature. So that's kind of, I think, where we're looking at as far as roles and responsibilities of DRIP members and what we do here. And then the last thing I think I can remember, as far as like, how can we ensure like these recommendations can be implemented, right? And I think first off, it's just part 1, it's baby steps, right? To get these recommendations developed with the backing of the diverse people at the table. That kind of gives that strength of that recommendation to those members that we'll send the report out to. But also that, you know, it is landing where there is work still being done. Andrew alluded to the roles and responsibilities. Our 2 agencies are coordinating and working together to work on that as well. So if we don't specifically have the authority to say X agency, X entity, go do this work, the work is still kind of being done out there. That's all I could really add to that. I don't know if that gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling that it's all going to be done. But again, it's just this first step that we have to do in order to get that highlighted and put out there.
Thanks, Anthony. Okay, let's move forward. Emily, you're next.
Thank you. I would like to echo the previous comments about clarity needed around the word readiness too, because I'm not there yet. And then also the other thing that I was reflecting on today, well, last week or so was the first time we came together, and the priorities that we sort of set that day. And I remember very distinctively water infrastructure and planning and some of these big items resonating to the top in terms of getting broad-based support from the group. And I know that they're not included in the recommendations because there was for at least water infrastructure, there was this idea that work is being done, therefore we don't really need to comment on it. I would just say that hopefully it's somehow listed in the report as a priority still, especially on this infrastructure piece, because it's mentioned as a huge priority for this administration, you know, when we're talking about like the California water supply strategy, planning for a hotter, drier future, it's mentioned everywhere. And I just remember that being a really top priority for this group. And now it feels like it's doesn't exist in this. And so that's one comment. And I feel equally as strong about nature-based solutions as well. And I know the idea was to try to incorporate that into everything that we do, but sometimes I feel like that loses in priority as well. And we've got some really important projects listed here that I think could use some more attention. Sometimes I feel like nature-based solutions gets like back burner because of bigger immediate needs, when we could, if we were to spend some more time on it, we could probably push it forward. So those were just two observations of priorities that I recognized early on. I was very proud of for this group. I told my entire board of directors about it, and now they're like buried. So anyway, so just those observations, but thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. Go ahead, Suzanne.
So, as a public member,
Uh,
when I first came, I didn't know I was going to fit in, or where I was going to fit in, and what was going to be the expectation. But staff was really very supportive and very, very helpful. And Zoe really became part of the committee and putting my ideas and structuring it into something that could actually be workable. And I have to say that as a public member, I came with an idea that was very local and very small. And the more I researched it and gathered information for my idea, I learned more and more. I accessed a lot of other sites. I went to a lot of other meetings where I saw other regions working in monitoring and looked at their programs. So it was very educational for me. This project, of course, is very personal to me as a member of a large ag-res community in Elk Grove, and I also consider myself part of Wilton along the river. And so I feel like I want to always know what's happening next on it. It's something that I really would like to see developed, and I would actually like to see operating, you know, in some form. And so it's been a very inclusive and very broadening experience. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Suzanne. Any other thoughts? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, as the other public member, it once again proves to me, who I've spent my lifetime in this water world of California, bringing in a large group of people with a lot of different views and getting something done in 2 years is record-setting time. So, I mean, it really is. The team itself and the board has done an outstanding job. I think it once again proves that sometimes we who live in the rural areas think that the state is terrible, but when you work with them on these types of things, you get stuff done. And so I want to thank the team. I think that the facilitators and the DWR team have just been outstanding, because without the encouragement, without those, I got another email, making sure we get our homework done, I just want to say thank you. I mean, I think you guys just did an outstanding job, and I'm really proud to be a part of it. So thanks.
Thank you. Katie, did you have another comment, or is that a leftover? Yeah, I think on behalf of the team, I can say that, you know, grateful for the appreciation of everyone, and that has been a very important process to be able to be part of. And also just to acknowledge some of the concerns that you've highlighted about things that need to really be worked out are really important, and definitely are things that we are going to continue and think through. It's that challenge of how do you use all of your time effectively and efficiently and accomplish something that is as complex as these recommendations that we have created. But process is important, especially first thing, build trust. And having clarity of how we work together and to what end is really important. So taking all the comments and we're going to continue and think about how do we create the process that way. I'm hoping we are going to have a conversation about the focus areas and the cross-cutting areas. I'm hoping that there's a conversation that we can continue to Emily's point. The other thing to really come back to is we took a first crack at kind of bucketing these recommendations based on what was identified in the template as far as the role of the DRIP Collaborative. And the 4 buckets, and this is not a perfect divvying up, but just a starting point for conversation, as some of you had said that you're really looking to the DRIP Collaborative to bring in content into, for example, the drought indicator metrics state that you have one of the advisory group or steering committee would have some kind of a connection to the DRIP Collaborative. 6 and 8, the definitions and case studies, coming to the DRIP Collaborative and seeing if there is content that we can gather. This is a very diverse group, so it makes sense that you would want to leverage that in some way. So that's one kind of bucket of opportunity for the DRIP Collaborative, is that whoever implements a recommendation can come in and leverage the expertise here in the room. The other bucket is around those recommendations where the key outcome is to identify gaps and bring it back to the DRIP Collaborative so we can look at those gaps and start thinking about opportunities to develop new recommendations. So we have the rapid inventory, roles and responsibilities, potentially the communication program, right? That could be another place based on the discussion we just had. There were recommendations where there were kind of a standalone, a very well-defined idea that we're putting forth, but there's no necessarily a clear give and take or an ask from the DRIP Collaborative. And we can definitely hear other perspectives on that. Again, it's just a kind of a first cut. So wanted to hear from you, what do you think is the most appropriate role for the DRIP Collaborative moving forward? You know, we talked about the importance of, you know, putting recommendation forward, but wanting to kind of have some way of seeing how those actually show up in the world by way of implementation. And so we'd love to get your thoughts. If you think one of these recommendations should move into a different bucket or a new bucket or a new way of doing it, that would be great. Want to get kind of your thoughts and ideas of how we can maintain some linkage to some of these recommendations. Go ahead, Albert. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that this is a really important discussion to have. You know, when we started all this process also, you know, since the beginning, we tried to understand what was our role, and, you know, now we have realized this, you know, with the final recommendations. But moving forward, it's really important also. I was thinking, you know, we are not we are all doing this in a voluntary way, and it's not a lot of the time that we can use for it. So in the same way that we were thinking, at least I was thinking when doing the recommendation about the potential implementation, I think that we have to think about the role and the commitment that we can provide to this, but not only to this, what's the next phase for next year, for the next 2 years. But, you know, our role here has to be well thought. In the way that I was thinking in the recommendations, like in the same way that we have here, DRIP Collaborative, and it's a voluntary board or group. So I actually explicitly didn't include the DRIP as a member. I just said members of the DRIP could be involved both in the steering committee and in a voluntary way, because, you know, I can't, you know, ask everyone here to commit to more hours. So I think that it's important for all of us to think about this, and, you know, in the implementation of the recommendations, what's our exact role? And I think it's both for us here, but also for people leading these recommendations. how this is going to be, what's our exact role.
That's an important distinction. Thank you for clarifying that, yeah, between a DRIP collaborative as a whole versus an opportunity for collaboration among members outside of this particular container. Yeah, go ahead. We can just go around, Catherine and then Kyle.
This goes into a little bit of the next year stuff too, so sorry, but we're gonna bleed over. But combining stuff is never a bad thing. It would be really neat. Remember when we started, we got to know each other through presentations from different folks. It would be interesting for me to hear at the different meetings from like one or two people in the room what they're doing in drought right now. And I think there's a heavy crossover to the work that's up there in terms of, if one was a state agency and one was a, private entity or other type of public entity, to continue to build our public knowledge about the types of drought actions that are being taken at this type of diverse group. And it's great to have the DWR presentation, but I also want to hear, I want to hear what Community Water Center is doing and others around the room and what the tribes are doing. And I want to hear sort of different perspectives, and we can relate them back to the recommendations we've had, of course.
All right, thank you for the suggestion, yeah. Go ahead.
Just really love Catherine's suggestion, just to be able to learn more about all y'all, especially because I'm kind of late to the process. I think when supporting recommendations implementation, I think it's going to be different for each of these recommendations as to what the next steps looks like. Some of them were pretty clear. We could just try to find someone to contract out, and maybe that is just the next step there. Others might need something more like a work plan that's identified and created. So I think it would be, I don't know if this is possible, but if there's something we could maybe do to identify what those look like, and if possible, have leads get something of a work plan ready for everybody to review by the next meeting, that could be helpful. And then we could look at, through that work plan development process, identify which of these is going to have ongoing feedback and whether or not we might want to create work groups to work on implementation for those specific recommendations. And then I also think as we structure future meetings throughout the year, just having updates on each of these recommendations would be good.
All right, thank you. Other comments, suggestions? Even just a reaction to the bucketing would be helpful. What's missing here? Go ahead, Tom.
So I've been debating when would be the wet blanket moment for this comment, but
If you can make the microphone.
I do want to note some of the budget challenges we're having now within the state budget. And so it may be that we look for ways to, adapt how we approach the collaborative in light of the budget challenges. So I just wanted to put that out there as we're looking for like how to go forward and whether, whether it's virtual meetings or some other adjustments to make. So I just want to throw that out there as a consideration for as you look for 2025 and 26 and what that looks like. Think about, we will certainly be mindful of having the available money for it. So I just wanted to mention that to folks. So they're just sort of thinking about that expectation level as they plan.
Thank you. Go ahead, Oliver. Oh, no, okay. All right. Yeah, I'm hearing that given the time that we do have together, that it's going to be really important to be very strategic about how we prioritize what we do together. Is going to become very important, as is always.
I have to say, I appreciate every time I say something, you re-articulate it much better. So I appreciate your translation services.
I'm just internalizing what I hear, and it just comes out. All right. Well, really appreciate the comments and the focus on what is it that you want to learn from each other and work on together. I think that's really important. So we'll pause there because we do want to look into the year ahead and talk a little bit about the focus areas and cross-cutting areas. I don't want to shortchange that too much, but this was really an important conversation. I'm going to check before we move forward if there is any public comment. No. Okay. Well, with that in mind,
I'm going to turn it over to you, Zoe.
Hello again. We are going to be talking about the 2025 focus areas and cross-cutting themes, really reviewing the problem statements and purpose statements that have been put together to get your impact and improve them. So we are going to walk through the process that we've used so far to develop the 2025 focus areas. Our focus has mainly been on 2 areas for development, that is reducing ecosystem impacts of drought and land use planning of drought. We have also 2 cross-cutting themes that will affect multiple areas. So that's climate change adaptation and nature-based solutions in drought preparedness. Water resources and operations and water infrastructure and planning are currently on hold for future considerations. This decision was made based on the feedback that we got in the previous meeting. However, we are always open to hearing what people want to work on and form work groups around. So feel free to bring that up in the discussion portion of this. So now let's look at the timeline. Starting in October of 2023, we began by reviewing the relative impact and effort needed for developing these different focus areas. And we identified these 6 topics up on the screen as the next in line after the first 3 that we've just gone through. In April 2024, we revisited the topics and discussed how they should be sequenced going forward, really concluding that the climate change adaptation and nature-based solutions should be cross-cutting themes. Following this, we developed primers for each topic. They're actually available on the outside table. That led to subject matter expert presentations in July of 2024, and those presentations and subsequent discussions informed the initial drafts that we're going to be reviewing today. So today, we will review and take your feedback on those drafts and then work to refine those statements over the winter. Early in 2025, depending on member interest, workgroup meetings will help us update and adjust these draft statements, leading us to have finalized statements hopefully by April of 2025. The goal of, by the end of this process is to use these statements to inform the development of 2025 recommendations. So today, we will start by reviewing the working problem statement for reducing ecosystem impacts of drought, then move into land use planning for drought resiliency. After those discussions, we will take a public comment and then vote on work group formation and joining those work groups. After a short break, we will reconvene to discuss the cross-cutting themes, working problem purpose statements, And so for this first portion, as we're reviewing the statements, consider what else needs to be highlighted in these statements, and would you be interested in joining a work group to further refine those? So as we begin our discussion, I want to bring back what we even mean when we talk about focus area and problem statement. So focus areas are ideas, opportunities, and aspirations that DRIP members have identified as important to improve California's drought resiliency. A problem statement is a concise description of the issue or challenge faced by a focus area. These are also developed by DRIP members. Problem statements seek to capture the essential problems within each focus area, including identification of key subtopics within each focus area. Just to say here that some of these focus areas that we'll be talking about are very, very huge, but it's in the problem statement that we can talk about what issues do we want to solve within that topic area. So although the problem might be very broad, we can define what it is that we want to do about it. So that's just the opportunity there. Okay, and in your pre-read material, if you're able to see that, you can see that the statements are very long right now. That's my bad, but so I won't be showing all the text on the slide. Instead, we're going to be reviewing the content of the statement. So we're first going to review reducing ecosystem impacts of drought. Shown on the slide are snippets from Sandy Matsumoto's presentation on this topic in April of 2024. So the problem part of the statement reads, even during wetter periods, water management in California often fails to prioritize ecosystem health. This makes it harder for the state's native species that have already adapted to the state's arid Mediterranean climate to recover from water shortages and impacts from climate change. The key challenges identified for this focus area include freshwater ecosystem decline, river flow disruption, impact on biodiversity, and climate change exacerbation. The potential opportunities to address these include wetland and riparian zone restoration, river flow improvements using the environmental flows framework, and enhancing habitat quality and preservation of biodiversity. That was a very quick overview of the content of the problem statement, so we'll open it up for discussion now. Again, the questions I want you to think about and answer is, what else needs to be highlighted in the problem statement? What should be taken out? And would you be interested in joining a work group? Okay. Any comments? Anna.
Hi, Anna Schiller with the Environmental Defense Fund. I just wanted to say, first of all, that I'm really excited that we are moving to focus on this focus area for 2025. I do think it is a really key part of the California water system that, as kind of noted in this problem statement, often falls to the bottom of the list as we're prioritizing response to drought and preparing for drought. I think one suggestion perhaps related to this focus area is to make sure that, as well as thinking about biodiversity, species, kind of the environmental factors or players that are impacted by drought, and that need to be considered related to ecosystem well-being. Also making the linkage to the importance of healthy, functional ecosystems also for the human system and human water supply as well. And so I think that's something that could be incorporated both in kind of the challenges and opportunities component of this focus area, and also if that would be maybe attractive for other members of the DRIP collaborative to get involved in this work group. I would definitely be interested in being involved in a work group related to this focus area, and I also have heard from CalTrout that they would also be very interested in being involved and potentially leading a work group related to ecosystem impacts.
Thank you. Yeah, Kyle.
Thank you. Kyle Jones, Community Water Center, I think Anna said a lot of what I was thinking, but I think as we look to the future and how we're actively, at least in the Central Valley, repurposing formerly agricultural lands into other uses, I think some of the challenges and opportunities we should think about are water quality impacts of doing that, and also how are we managing it in a more unified way. I think especially if we're converting former agricultural land into habitat, is that being done in a way that's connected, or is it going to be kind of a scattershot, of which case maybe there could be limited, it's just not as beneficial in that way. So just some other things to think about.
Thank you. Sierra.
I'm really excited about this concept too. Couple things that I think might be helpful when we're developing this. I'm happy to hear that CalTrout would potentially be interested in participating and having some experts. One thing that I am wondering about is, can we bring in outside experts to be really a part of the development team? Because I know there are a lot of people who are more informed about this than probably this group wasn't designed, this group wasn't selected for this purpose, and it might be good to have some additional expertise in that group. The other thing I just want to point out is that there are a lot of legal benefits that many of the folks in this room could have by exploring this, and the restrictions on, say, if you're trying to change your place of use, if you've got a surface water diversion, for example, you've got to practically do an HCP to be able to get the okay to do that. And with the well drilling and permitting, there's a lot more engagement right now in the environmental communities in making sure that you're not having a depletion impact on stream flow. So I think there's a lot of that connection between water supply and environmental uses is extremely tangible on the legal side. And I think that this could really help daylight that and provide some guidance for people like us who are trying to manage it without maybe that expertise.
Thank you. Any other comments on this focus area or the other potential focus areas? Maybe not land use planning, because we'll get to that. Yeah, Anna.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, and I hope I'm correct, I believe that we our member of the DRIP from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife is not present for this meeting, but just want to note that they likely would also have some expertise that they could bring to this conversation, both in thinking about kind of the technical components as well as kind of what Sierra alluded to, some of the legal components as well, that having, well-managed ecosystems and considerations for drought can help more broadly for water managers across the state.
Thank you. Any other comments at this time? Brett, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this one is really exciting, and while I haven't worked on any of the, I don't think I've worked on any of the work teams, this one actually I would love to work on, because I think the river flow improvements and the wetlands and riparian zone restoration are critical for everybody, and so really, I think this one's great. Thanks.
Yeah, Matessa.
I'd just like to express my support as well. I'm very happy to see this as a focus area, and I'm excited to see where this goes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm having a hard time seeing the name tags apparently. Okay, Suzanne, please.
So living close to the Consumis, in fact, I used to ride my horse down to the Consumis River years ago when there was actually water in the river in the spring, and we could walk in knee deep. So I've been there a long time. And our subdivision was a hop ranch before us. So I always feel it's time to kind of go back to what we were. We really have become the habitat for a lot of animal, a lot of birds, a lot of wildlife that are being displaced in Elk Grove by development. And so I'm very interested in being a recharge area. All of us are in a outside the 100-year floodplain. We all have big ponds in our yards that fill with water, big ditches in the back that fill with water, and I'm interested in recharge for domestic well users, being credited for that recharge, and also for even conservation easements for those of us that really are interested in preserving what's really been a beautiful place for most of us to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no more comments, we'll move to the next focus area.
Zoe, can I put a pause there for a second?
Please go ahead.
Can I ask the members that actually said they were interested in joining a work group to raise your hand? And so
We're doing that later.
are we going to come back to that? Okay.
Appreciate. Yes. So now moving on to land use planning. Shown on the slides here are the slides that our subject matter expert Eric Chu presented on this topic in our July meeting. The problem part of this statement reads that if past patterns of California land use and water demands continue, projected water needs over time will increase beyond current supply and cause greater stress to California's water resources. The key challenges identified for this focus area include projected water demand exceeding supply and fragmented planning across local jurisdictions. Think of the competing interests in general plans, urban water management plans, and GSPs. The opportunities to address these challenges include the new optional water element that we talked a bit about in July last meeting. The optional water element of the general plan guidance that comes out of OPR, now LCI, and establishing stronger collaborations between land use planners and water managers. That's my very brief overview of the context of this problem statement. Any comments on this? Jason.
Yeah, just more of a question, because I'm trying to still figure out which of these groups I want to be on more. Is the land use planning really focusing on the urban expansion then? Is that not maybe as much as the rural or ag side of it? Because that's kind of how I'm reading that, but I just wasn't sure what the intent behind that one was.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's ultimately up to the group what they want to focus the land use planning on. The only thing dictated in the title is that it's got to be for drought resiliency. But just seeing if there's any, I'm not totally sure if that's going to be the focus or not. Brett?
Well, I think the first one is going to be fun. I think this one, you literally are stepping into a war zone. And I mean, I think that if you want to be on this work team, expect to wear your flak jacket, because this is where we, as a former county supervisor, local government, everybody in every step of the way is going to want to say, oh my God, you're killing us. And so just think about that. I would love to work on both of them, but this one really is, I think, the more dangerous of the two, and potentially will be the most difficult to find agreement upon. Thanks.
Anna?
I think I would agree with that. And I would, thinking back to one of the slides earlier where you're talking about kind of the DRIP's trajectory year to year and how 2025 was for some of the bigger challenges, I think land use planning definitely falls into the category of harder challenges, bigger problems, or not bigger, but definitely it's a charged topic and it's complicated. And I definitely, to the question of what type of land should we be considering, I would definitely be in favor of thinking about urban and agricultural land use, given just the projected changes in agricultural land use. I think it's such an important part of climate adaptation for California, and it's a challenging role, but it's a good role for the DRIP Collaborative, I think, and this group of partners to be thinking about this issue and where we can find some common ground recommendations and get support to particularly regions of the state that are facing really, really challenging transitions. So how can we provide resources, planning support, financial support to make that transition and that climate adaptation process a little bit less painful, and hopefully also bring in different groups that aren't always part of the conversation when it comes to water and land use planning, making sure that where possible we can minimize impacts and then also be promoting new benefits potentially on the landscape, thinking about community environmental benefits as well as economic opportunities too.
Thank you. Yes, Virginia.
Yeah, I would just add, I support everything Anna just said and what's been said. I think this is where the rubber meets the road. It's how you ultimately decide, what to do on what land with what water. And it's really been shocking to me that there isn't more of a nexus between land use planning and knowing how much water you have to do whatever thing you're doing. I could see how it would be really contentious, and I'm just thinking back to what Camier said this morning about how resilience work has to be place-based, and that's what this is. So I'm looking forward to being part of it.
Thank you. Sierra?
I am ready to dive into this. This is like what I live and breathe all the time. I think to your point, Jason, I think it has to include urban ag and natural open space. I think there's going to be significant overlap between this conversation and the one about ecosystem services, because there's only a certain amount of land, and strategically you need to think about how you can serve all of it, not just one piece of it. Otherwise, you're sort of in the same position where we've been in. I hope that you participate, because I think that's a big, ag is a huge piece of this conversation. And I think when you see more promotion of things like the multi-benefit land repurposing programs, like there is a lot of need. There's also a lot of questions, at least in my community, about converting, if you're converting ag land to, say, high density housing, what's the water impact? And there's a lot of, well, it depends. But it's something that I don't think is very well explored, especially as we're getting, our housing allocations come from above and are assigned to us, and we don't really have a say in that. But yeah, there's just a lot. I think it is going to be controversial if we really dive in, and I think someone's got to do it, so.
Kyle?
Yeah, maybe to add to Sierra's point, it's not that there's a finite amount of land, it's probably shrinking a little bit, so making it that much harder. But as a former land use attorney, I'm actually really excited about this and ready to dive in, although with a more collaborative hat than that kind of lifestyle would have me do. I think really, really interested to think about, I'm particularly focused on long-term solutions and how we get there, and if there's opportunities to help streamline any of that, or at least better understand how layers of planning can better help that. For example, we're working on drinking water consolidations, and we have a special district that does drinking water and wastewater, and we're finding, okay, we have the water board order to consolidate, but then we need to go through LAFCO to actually get the system dissolved and figuring out all these governance issues. It's, I think as we're doing the work on the ground after a long time coming, it'd be really good to kind of take this step and think as we have these lessons learned, how can we better incorporate, come up with better ideas, solutions, or at least case studies to demonstrate how it can be done in a much more quick, streamlined fashion. Excited for this.
Thank you. Suzanne?
So as a public member, that's what really brought me to water. I've been reading notice of preparations and LAFCO documents and EIRs for many, many years with regard to land use and the development of the agricultural land around me, and the implications now of really dense development moving much and much closer where there is no public infrastructure for water and sewer, and there is really no identifiable water supply for really dense housing. And then coordinating with this and looking at bottled water and tank trucks as a solution for our neighborhood has been, quite an eye-opener. And so I'm very interested in working on this group. It's very important to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew?
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate, I think, a lot of what's been said, but especially what Suzanne just said, and this interface. I mean, talk about, land use planning itself being dangerous. The interface between land use planning and housing is, the third rail, but it's something that needs to be tackled and talked about because, if we need housing and we need that housing to be sustainable, and part of that is making sure that it's planned in such a way that it's resilient for climate change and drought and all that. And I think it's really, putting the issues out there and figuring out how you get good housing that's drought resilient, that's, going to be there for people for, generations is something that's really necessary. And I think, from what I've seen, something that counties and local governments need help with as well. And so, definitely in support of this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, thank you. Carolina?
Hi, Carolina Hernandez. This was a tough one. I wasn't sure if I should even say anything. Definitely can see the need. I think I am also very, I'm not quite as excited as Sierra, but having been, part of many urban water management plans in LA County, specifically for the LA County Waterworks districts, and then most recently having been spearheading the LA County Water Plan, we come up against this all the time, just like all of you. And I do think it needs to be discussed. I think I'm just more anxious. It is could be a very contentious topic. And I think that we need to be very mindful of all of the great things that were already mentioned here about what can be done, but also a serious recognition about what cannot be dictated to local government. So anyway, I think I'm going to be volunteering later, but I'm going to hold. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Yes, Alvar.
Just following up on, I think Jason mentioned the inclusion of ag. I think it's essential to include ag here as the major water user. And so, for example, I was just looking. There's even regulations that have, that are conflicting with the need to repurpose land, like the Williamson Act. So it's important to talk about these issues, I think, in ag and both in urban too.
Okay, any additional comments? Next in line is to move to the public comment and then vote to create work groups or not. So at this time, I'll also welcome any other comments about other focus areas folks would like to talk about. Okay, thank you. So moving to public comment. Are there any hands raised in the Zoom room? What about the physical room? Okay, no either. Great, thank you all. So we're going to vote again. How exciting. So this is going to be a yes or no vote. In the first step, we are going to ask if we want to create the work group. If the majority of folks do want to create that work group, we'll then start taking names. Write down who would like to join that work group. Any questions on that? Please. Could you please use the microphone?
This is a process question.
Yeah.
I still have my desire to work more on nature-based solutions and water infrastructure and planning. So if I want a work group, I need to recommend that they get added, or what is the process exactly?
Yes, you can recommend they get added.
Okay, I'll recommend that they get added.
Which one are you referring to?
So I would prefer to see nature-based solutions seen as a work group for 2025, and then also, it's on the slides, the water infrastructure and planning.
Okay.
I would like to see those added as work groups.
Okay. We will have the nature-based solutions is going to be one of the cross-cutting themes, and we can
Right.
certainly form that in, create a work group around that. So are you wanting to have have the nature-based solutions be a focus area rather than a cross-cutting theme?
Yes.
Okay. Thoughts about that?
Can I make a suggestion?
Please.
Because you have a presentation where you're going to go over the nature-based solution as a cross-cutting area with a problem statement. Can I suggest that Zoe, that she does the presentation, we'll have a discussion around it, and I think that would lend itself to the decision that you bring up around whether that's cross-cutting or we can bring
That's
it
fine.
into,
That's
okay.
fine.
Yeah, good to
All
hear
right,
that.
that's different than your other question around infrastructure.
Are we talking about infrastructure later too, or is that not being discussed? Okay, so then I guess I change my recommendation to adding water infrastructure and planning as a work group. And then I'll wait on the nature-based solutions. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay.
Is there any discussion or comments folks would like to make relative to adding water infrastructure and planning as a focus area?
If I can just add some
Please.
context. My reasoning is not only, I understand that there's a lot of work being done in this space, and I support that obviously, but I also feel like we're still playing catch up in aging infrastructure and failing infrastructure and things like that. And so really, when I think about water infrastructure and planning, I think of it as a priority, but also more future planning and what do we need. I feel like the funding and projects we have right now are extraordinarily important, but we're also way behind in terms of where the state needs to be in this space.
Thank you. Laura?
I agree. I agree with Emily in adding that as a focus area, because I also think that it goes hand in hand with the two that we have, because you can't really do land use planning without thinking of the infrastructure and the one that's there and the one that's needed. And then also, do we reduce the ecosystem impacts by the current infrastructure or the lack of infrastructure? Like, is that what's causing some of the problems or reducing the potential problems? So I think it goes hand in hand with the two that we are voting on.
Yes. I'll bring up that there is always the option to add subtopics to other focus areas too, if you want to be more specific, thinking about infrastructure in a ecosystem context. That could certainly be possible as well. Just adding to more flexibility, more options you have. Kyle?
I was just hoping, could we just have a little discussion about what we mean when we say infrastructure? Is there a specific scope or size or purpose of the infrastructure we want to discuss? Are we just talking permitting generally?
This could be as fun as land use planning.
I just saying, because I think it's, I just, like, for creating a focus area, there's not a lot of, it's not a it could be everything, or it could be very specific things, and I think understanding what we'd be creating and talking about would be
I
really
think the
key.
work group gets to decide that. So, I mean, my whole thing is, from the get-go, I've heard from counties, locals, and all sides that water infrastructure is a need. So I would be remiss to try to put a scope on it today.
Okay,
That's where my head is.
okay, thank you.
Andrew?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm not opposed to any of these ideas on their own. I just worry about the bandwidth of the group to get things done. And so I don't want to be like, no, I don't like that, or, I mean, I like it all, basically, but I just wanted to point out, like, you know, we already have, whatever, the 7 things that we're working on, and then we're going to take on more, and we want to get like actual products out, like, you know, we want to have results and show results. And so I just want to maybe caution the group about like taking on too much. And, you know, I mean, maybe we do have 4 things to choose from instead of 2, but I would just say we probably shouldn't choose all 4 if that's the case, so.
Carolina?
Hi, Carolina Hernandez. So I think that's a good point about how really, Emily, the group gets to decide. And while I don't disagree with the statements that were just made about bandwidth, if we are, I mean, infrastructure is important. And, you know, if we haven't defined it yet, and if we're not really looking at it, I do think in some fashion we need to consider it, whether it's its own focus area or if it's cross-cutting, because ultimately, you know, it's going to be some aspect of the potential solution. And I think we all know that one of, you know, the big issues that we're facing and continuing to serve clean, reliable water is our aging infrastructure. And so that's one. And then to speak to nature-based solutions or new infrastructure and all those kinds of things, I do think that they all have to be considered when we're looking at all of these other focus areas, because you can, you know, ultimately say, oh yeah, we should do this, this, and that. But if there's no practical application for it, you could tell I'm an engineer, right? I have a bias. So anyway, I think we do need to consider it. And I don't know exactly, we can discuss it later, whether it's a focal area or if it's some, you know, cross-cutting issue. But I'm glad that you brought it up. And I do think, Emily, it's something that should be considered.
Okay. Other comments on this?
Zoe, can I just make a suggestion? Because this is the work of the DRIP Collaborative, so it's up to you to decide where you want to spend your resources and effort and energy. So I appreciate that you're suggesting that we create a work group around infrastructure. I hear comments here that this is an important thing, and we can vote on it. The work group can meet and determine what that problem statement is, because we did not come prepared with that. And then it'll be up to the DRIP Collaborative to then consider that and how to move that forward. So if that's the case, I think maybe just add that box there of infrastructure, vote and see what is the interest, knowing that there is the reducing ecosystem impacts, the land use planning. We're going to talk about the nature-based solution after the short break, but there's an opportunity to just assess where people want to spend their energy moving forward.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, please.
Just sort of, not to do some ping-ponging here, but to build on what Andrew was just saying, it'd be helpful to understand expectations around what our collective role will be in implementation, just to sort of understand what that bandwidth will look like. Because I have to say, again, sort of like structurally, my preference is that we are able to deliver on the things that we've already have set out rather than undertaking new things quite yet. But I also don't know exactly what is envisioned for that.
So the recommendation that we voted on today, that's kind of a chapter that we're wrapping up, right? And those recommendations are going to be reflected in the DRIP Collaborative report. And as we talked about right before we started this conversation, there might be opportunity to link and connect to it, but the DRIP Collaborative is not an implementation body, so there is no expectation that you would actually be leading or taking on these recommendations to implement and follow up on. The desire is that there are opportunity to engage with those as someone decides to take on and implement, but it is not seen as your charge to do. So hopefully that clarified. The only difference is recommendation 7, which we're moving into next year and continue and work on.
That's super helpful, thank you.
Could the development team provide a reminder of how we got to these focus areas versus like the ones we chose to put on hold?
How we got to the 4?
Right, because you had that slide where it was like the 2 focus areas and then the ones put on hold. Can you remind us like how that came to be? Was that, because I remember a few meetings ago, we did like some sort of exercise or reprioritize things. But I want to, if there was already a conversation around this, that you refresh our memories of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I won't go through the whole timeline, but the way that we were able to identify the 6 topics in the first place was the sticky note exercise, if you remember. It was, I'm seeing some reactions. I don't know how people feel. It was effort versus impact, and we were assessing on all these sticky notes were different topics. Where would we want to put most of our energy? Most of it went into it's all very important and all very hard, but that's how we identified these next 6 as the ones to talk about. So then since April, we've been kind of checking in to make sure that the group is still interested in talking about the 6. Based on the feedback and the level of engagement in the July meeting, we chose to keep the 2 on hold. I didn't write problem statements for those as well. I don't know if Anthony, you have anything else you want to add to the focus areas on hold?
I can add a little bit more substance, maybe. So back in July, if you recall, we had a number of subject matter experts, and we had Molly White from the State Water Project come and present to us on water resources, operations, infrastructure, and planning. That's a mouthful. And basically, the engagement that we had it was kind of overwhelming as far as how much work is going on. And I'll recognize what Emily has said earlier, though. There's a lot of work going on, but we didn't really identify where we can land, right? Where the fertile ground is for the DRIP collaborative to engage on, right? Because we have these different levels of engagement, what's informative, collaborative, or lead. Thank you. So I definitely get the impression that we could develop a work group that could dive into at least trying to figure out where that fertile ground is, develop a problem statement, bring it back to the DRIP collaborative and say, here's this golden nugget. Is this the right golden nugget we want to move forward with, right? Because although there's a lot of work being done and it's a lot of long and short-term work, there still could be benefits of a recommendation coming in DRIP, something that's supportive or, prioritizing work or prioritizing of funding or whatever it might be. But it should be developed from the DRIP collaborative, and it should originate probably from a work group to do a little bit more investigating.
Any other comments or questions? Let's vote. Okay. So we are first going to vote on something that's not on the screen at all, because I think that's just fresh in everyone's mind. So please raise your hand if you would like to vote to create a work group around water infrastructure and planning. Please raise your hand if you would like to create that work group. Not join it, but just have it exist.
And Zoe, just to remind everyone that the reason that we are doing the voting around the work groups, that it allows us to more efficiently schedule and meet with a subgroup. And so that's why it's really important to be able to do that. Then we can really help the work group come together.
Thanks for adding that context.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Just about the working groups. I can see a benefit in establishing these groups, but I'm wondering, is this, could this still blend into like a cross-cutting theme? Because I think that there's a really important value in some of these cross-cutting themes being like a lens we look through in every single context and every single conversation, and that we can uplift the significance of that as a, maybe not a focus area, but I think defining the difference between focus area and cross-cutting theme and highlighting those cross-cutting elements as like major priorities, like our foundational values, could be really important to kind of clarify the next steps. But I think a working group could also help illuminate what those themes really are.
Yes. I'm not sure entirely what the question was.
I guess the question is it the case that a working group could go in one of those two directions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you said that we were voting for adding it, but not necessarily to be on the group.
That will be the second one, correct?
Okay, so what if we all agree to add it and then only 2 people sign up for it?
Then the quorum of the group changes depending on the size of the group. So that would, and in order to have a DRIP collaborative meeting, we need to have quorum. So in the case that there would be 2 people, we would have to have the majority of that group be present. So 2 people would have to attend those work group meetings every time, each time they happened in order to have them. It wouldn't, yeah. Follow-up questions from that?
I'm just, okay.
Okay. Please raise your hand if you'd like to create the work group. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Question for,
Sorry.
am I understanding the conversation about quorum to mean that each of the work groups is individually subject to Bagley-Keene requirements?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to go back to my budget thing and just say that we may be dealing with limited resources next year, so it may be that the focus area work groups have to pivot based on available resources, or that we would need supplemental resources from folks.
Can
So
I
especially as that gets multiplied out into more work groups.
Can I expand on that a little bit, Tom? Right now, we don't really know what the budget implications might be, right? And so thank you for all the accolades and on engagement and so forth from the development team, but that level of engagement or that span of engagement may change. We're just trying to make you aware of that, not saying it is, but just to be aware and to be cognizant of as you're developing work groups and thinking about, we may not be able to develop a recommendation within a year's span that we've had tried to do these past recommendations. It could be longer. It could take a little bit longer. Even within that, because we do have to act within Bagley-Keene, and there are provisions in there that we could do virtual meetings, that provision could come out. And so then we would have to only hold meetings in a public forum, which could also extend the timeline. So just be cognizant of that, but I'm not limiting your interest and your engagement and how much you want to work on things. You just have to be aware of the potential limitations.
Yes.
I think that message has been received, and I would also expect all of the work groups, if we end up with 2 or 4 or 6 or 8 today, that we would all be flexible in our understanding of that approach, and we may shift our priorities within the scope of work. We may consider alternative approaches to deal with the budget situation.
Thank you. Any additional comments? And just raise your hand now, not for voting, just so I can actually see you. Yes, please.
I really appreciate the clarity regarding the budget and those things. I want to caution our group, though, about, I think we all have resource limitations, right? Whether that's time or financing or what have you. And I just want to say that that doesn't make any of these issues less critical and less important. And in so saying that, I think, I really like the idea about, what's cross-cutting and kind of trying to see what we could do I would rather see us combine items or issues rather than, scrap things that we're interested in. Because again, back to what you were saying, Anthony, before, I think it was really helpful when you enlightened us about how, there's this report and it's going to be utilized this way. And I think that it is, for some of us members, very critical. Again, I'm pointing out Emily's point that she made about going to, those that are supporting her in her endeavors, that there's a broad interest within the state. And we need to be very mindful to be able to say, this was a critical aspect of why I participated, right? And why everyone came and put so much energy forth. So that's just something I just wanted to say to the entire group, because I do think it's remarkable how committed everybody has been and how well we've worked through this. And I just don't want to see a budgetary concern or resource concern move us away from a place where we cannot agree on what's critical, especially when we think so many things are critical. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Well, this is Virginia with
Thank you.
CDFA. I mean, I'm wondering why infrastructure is not included in a conversation about land use and water. And wondering, like, isn't that part of the problem that we've been dealing with? And so would it not make sense, I don't know what I'm doing with this feedback, would it not make sense to include that discussion if we're talking about where water needs to be and how much and, you know, for whom? It seems like how you convey it and store it and all that is related. I mean, maybe I'm a non-planner dum-dum, but just curious.
No, certainly not a dum-dum. The one component I'll add to this is that something that I really appreciate working for Julie Ekstrom is that we really see how everything is connected as well. And so in the same vein, we could also say that reducing ecosystem impacts of drought needs infrastructure as well. It also needs land use planning in there. The hope here is that that's just one thing to add, is that a lot of it is interconnected, and it's your work group, it's your topics that you're focusing on, you get to choose what we talk about. Yes?
Sorry. I guess I would concur that infrastructure could go into both of these, because the agency I worked at and was with, I can promise you that wetlands and riparian habitat restoration are infrastructure. We are doing this, so that's just part of the infrastructure. We build it so we don't have to build other infrastructure, so that if we protect that species, we can continue working down that road. So, I can see infrastructure folding into both of these. I totally understand why you want infrastructure outside of that, because it is critical. The challenge is infrastructure. What is infrastructure? Is this a full discussion that we're going to be talking about? We need the tunnels through the Delta. Well, that's part of the infrastructure we might need, and that's a tough discussion, because we've only been talking about it for 40 years in California. So, and I'm sure DWR would be thrilled for us to put that on the table and say this is infrastructure. And so I guess that's really the concern. Infrastructure in California means billions, billions, billions of dollars, and we know we desperately need it. And, what are the projects we're going to be talking about? Because they are the most contentious, infrastructure is the most contentious thing in California water. We all all of us who are in the water world know we need more of it, but we also know that those battlegrounds, are fought. Everybody in the state gets to fight them. And so I have zero problem adding this, but I do want to say from the standpoint of our workload, you start looking at a workload that's, pretty large. As long as we all have more time and more resources, we're good. Thanks.
Thank you. Katie?
So I think part of what's confusing, kind of back to Kyle's point of like, what is infrastructure? I think just because we don't have the problem statement written out like we do for the others, it's kind of hard to understand like what we're getting ourselves into. But I would be supportive of if there's interest in, people taking a lead in developing that problem statement, and we kind of come back, ultimately, like recommendations would come out of this, right? And if we feel like we can't come up with a recommendation that's not redundant, then we can stop. But I feel like if there's interest and excitement around it, we could explore it and kind of see what comes out of that work group.
So in the interest of time, because we still need to cover the other two areas.
10 minutes. Okay. Yeah,
We
you're
didn't
right.
have
You're
our
right.
break.
Yeah, you're right.
Can I suggest that we vote on 3 different work groups? The one that doesn't have a problem statement yet, the infrastructure, comes back with that, and we can reevaluate the merging as needed. Because I think they're a little bit on different footings, so it might be helpful to do that. And we can start that, we can try it out, take a short break, and after we do the cross-cutting areas. We can revisit this vote if we need to, but I just want to make sure that we're advancing the conversation.
Okay. With that, please raise your hand if you would like to form a work group to develop a problem statement for water infrastructure and planning. Please raise your hand. 13. And please raise your hand if you would like to be a part of that work group. Oh, you want to know, Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot about that part. I'm so sorry. This is my first time doing a vote. Please raise your hand if you would like to not form a work group for water infrastructure and planning. Please raise your hand if you do not want to form a work group. Please raise your hand if you would like to abstain from the vote. 3. I apologize for the confusion, guys. May I move on to asking names? Thank you. Please raise your hand if you would like to join the Water Infrastructure and Planning Work Group.
There might be someone besides just the two admin persons.
Okay, so we have Jason Colombini, Andrew Altivo, Emily Rooney, Suzanne Pecci, Kyle Jones, Alvar Escrivabo, Laura Ramos. Before we move on, I'd like to confirm who we have. Correct. Yes,
Can we
Carolina?
choose to join later? I think, again, there's
Yes.
a lot of ambiguity here, so.
Yes,
Okay,
you could
thanks.
choose to join later.
Yeah, I thought that there was a mention of coming back with a more fleshed out description of what that would entail.
What do you mean?
Were we not going to vote on 3 that we had? I'm assuming that the nature-based solutions is fleshed out enough versus infrastructure, where we were going to come back with some more detail on what that meant. Maybe I misunderstood that.
The
But I
intention
see
of
nods.
the work groups, as we had written it up on the screen here, was under the assumption that you'd be doing it just for the 2 that are up here. We didn't realize the support for water infrastructure and planning. So the work groups for these 2 focus areas would be working to refine the draft problem statements that have already been given to you guys and you've taken a look at. The water infrastructure and planning, that would be the start of creating that problem statement. Following the short break, we are going to have another conversation about climate change adaptation and nature-based solutions and drought preparedness. And if we'd like, we can have a vote to create work groups around those as well. Please, Brent.
On the work group we just created, I'm assuming that when it comes back and the problem statement comes back, we get to vote on that problem statement again. If we don't like it, we can say no. If we like it, we can say yes. But it'll come back to another vote. Is that correct?
We haven't really been voting on the problem statements. We've been coming to a consensus in a number of conversations to make sure we have the elements that we like.
Okay.
Zoe, can we vote on these 2?
But there's still questions. Suzanne.
On Brett's comment on the fact that infrastructure is also very important to ecosystems, and I want to just reference Harvest Water as a big project in our area that is exactly that, the infrastructure that is supporting the ecosystem and supported by the environmentalists in the area. So, I agree that they're in both of the sections, and in voting for one group over the other and not adding infrastructure into the ecosystem in the same conversation, or is it a different conversation?
If I could just add, I think for the purposes of today, we're almost overthinking this. I feel like it's a large enough priority that that the work group needs to get together and determine. We may end up at the end of the day saying, okay, we recommend a cross-cutting theme, But I feel like the way it's been handled to this date, it hasn't been given enough airtime, and I don't know that we're going to be able to resolve the scope of it today by voting. And so, I mean, I was envisioning that the work group would get together, come back with a problem statement or a set of recommendations, and then there would be another vote on that. But if you guys have a different process in mind, that's fine.
We will, go ahead.
Sorry, let me just jump in here real quick. The only process that we need to go through is because we need to hold these under the Back-to-Keene Open Meeting Act. So we have to form ad hoc work groups, create a quorum or membership, and establish quorum and hold that in the virtual meeting atmosphere. So that's the formality of it. I think to Brent's point, that work group should just be tasked to develop a problem statement. Where's that fertile ground? Come back to the membership and let membership decide if it needs to proceed further.
Does that sound fair? Sounds fair.
See a lot of nodding heads,
Okay.
but I think we could put this to rest.
Okay, we're going to move on to the vote for creating a second work group. Okay? Okay. So we are now going to vote to create a work group to further refine the draft problem statement for reducing ecosystem impacts of drought. Please raise your hand if you would like to form a work group. Twenty. Oh, 21. Please raise your hand if you would like to be a part of the newly formed work group reducing ecosystem impacts of drought. Brent Hasley, Anna Schiller, Annalise Riverio on behalf of Reggie Collins, Matessa Martin, Sierra Ryan, Alvar Scrivabo, Laura Ramos, Suzanne Pecci.
Sorry, I'd just like to say this, I won't be part of the DRIP collaborative going forward because I've got a new job at DWR, but the CNRA representative who's replacing me may want to be part of the group, so
Thank you.
please keep
We will
that
revisit membership of
possibility.
the work groups. Thank you. Okay.
Tessa, Sierra, Alvar, Laura, and Suzanne.
Great. We're going to move on to the last vote for this section. We are going to vote to create a work group to further refine the draft problem statement for the land use planning and drought resiliency work group. So please raise your hand if you would like to form a work group for land use planning for drought resiliency. We have 19. Please raise your hand if you would not like to vote, if you would not like to form a work group for land use planning for drought resiliency. 2 abstentions. Okay.
All right, so I think we have a short, to join, yes.
Please raise your hand if you would like to join the newly formed work group, Land Use Planning for Drought Resiliency. Please raise your hand. Great. We have Brent, Anna Schiller, Jason Colombini, Katie Ruby, Alea Becker-Lowe, Carolina Hernandez, Virginia Jameson, Andrew Altivo, Sierra Ryan, Kyle Jones, Catherine Freeman, Suzanne Pecci. Okay.
Okay. That would be Brent, Anna, Jason, Katie, Aaliyah, Carolina, Virginia, Andrew, Sierra, Kyle, Catherine, and Suzanne.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes. All right.
I may want to add myself later. I want to kind of see how this goes.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that the reason that we need to set these work groups is so we can have smaller quorums to schedule those meetings. All of you can show up to all the work group meetings, but it just in terms of requirements, it makes it a little bit easier if we have smaller work groups. So I think this is great.
on that note, then I have another technical question. So if I don't volunteer myself right now, but then I show up and there's a vote, does my vote count?
No.
Okay, I'll be on the work group.
The power of vote. So let's take 10-minute break, and then it's already 4 o'clock, so we'll come back at 4:10, and we'll do the cross-cutting area and work towards closing.
All right, everyone. So I'm going to be bringing us back together here. Happy y'all have gotten some snacks. We're going to move through this so that we can hopefully get to the voting on whether we're going to create work groups for these next two topics before 4:30 when folks need to leave. So that's just the time frame that we're working with. So far we've reviewed the two problem statements for the focus areas and have had the robust discussion on infrastructure. And now we're going to be moving into talking about the cross-cutting theme purpose statements. After I introduce this, we can have a 10 to 15-minute discussion. Following the discussions, we'll hold a public comment and move on to the next portion. So as we are moving through this, and we're reviewing the content of the statements, please keep in mind what else needs to be highlighted in the purpose statements and what other strategies or nature-based solutions should have been mentioned or removed. Coming back to definitions, so acknowledging that focus areas is a different word than cross-cutting themes. The intention behind having the two different words wasn't the level of importance or how prioritized either a focus area or a cross-cutting theme is, but really to signify how broad of a topic it could possibly be. With the cross-cutting themes, they are identified as areas of importance to members and include broad concepts that affect multiple focus areas, influencing the overall approach of proposed recommendations. A purpose statement articulates the key concepts behind a cross-cutting theme, demonstrates the need for incorporation in recommendations, and highlights related ongoing state strategies and actions. They may or may not inspire possible DRIP collaborative recommendations in and of themselves. Once again, the purpose statements are very long, so we're going to be talking about the essence of them. We'll first review climate change adaptation and drought preparedness. Shown here are the snippets from Lindsay Correa's presentation on this topic from the July meeting. Climate change adaptation refers to the proactive measures taken to manage the risks of climate change impacts. Future recommendations, where applicable, will explain a recommendation's connection to climate change adaptation. The adaptation strategies addressed in the statement include expanding new water sources, upgrading infrastructure and resiliency and flexibility, restoring ecosystems, community capacity building. We've also identified, linked to a document that identifies 25 different actions, each with many supporting actions of potential interest to the DRIP collaborative. That is, those are actions coming out of the California Climate Adaptation Strategy. So many places where we can link in here. With that, should I go to discussion? We'll open it up for discussion. And so the key two questions I'd like you to think about, and whatever else you want to think about, what is needed to highlight, what else is needed to be highlighted in the purpose statements, and what other strategies should be cited, as well as any other comments folks have. Catherine.
Like was said before, I do feel like the work group should form and then begin a discussion of that purpose statement. Just as a suggestion, so we have some time to read through the materials and decide what pieces of this are necessary or not for this group.
Thank you. Other comments? Alvar.
On strategies, I think that if we have expanding supplies, we should talk about reducing demands.
Other comments, please.
I think I'm feeling ironically a little torn. This climate change adaptation is my whole career. And yet, I think for the sake of the conversations we've been having around capacity and bandwidth, I'm wondering if a work group is the right path, or if we can acknowledge that there are so many resources and existing groups out there that could give us a lot of guidance. I do think that it's important to discuss some of the specifics of the language, and I wonder if there's like maybe a different way to submit comments, because I think that all opinions are relevant in kind of the final framing. And I also think that might be something to consider in the general cross-cutting themes. I think that's something like I would hope we can come up with some like questions or underlying principles that we use as a discussion guide with these topics in mind as we're going through the more focused areas.
Yes, that's a fantastic comment. And you'll find in your packet of papers a worksheet that has the text of each of the focus areas and the cross-cutting themes. You can write on that. Please put your name on it if you'd like. You could also, there's room for comments as well. But there's also obviously a need to have a more detailed discussion about the text that's there. Yes, Virginia.
Yeah, I also, as someone with climate change in my title, I feel like this one is more clearly a cross-cutting theme than, for example, I think the nature-based solutions and drought preparedness one is. There's some really specific things in the nature-based solutions one that are related to ag that I don't think would be picked up in any kind of like urban discussion or even possibly an ecosystem discussion. And so that seems more important to potentially have a third work group to me than on the climate change adaptation, which I just think should be the lens at which we look through every, decision that we make in all of our lives at all times.
Yes.
I was going to make Virginia's comment and then decided not to because I'm exhausted. So I'll just echo Virginia's comment. I feel strongly that this is good for a cross-cutting theme, but I do believe that nature-based solutions warrants a little bit more emphasis because of the nuance that's included in that.
And just the one comment I'll add to that is the title of cross-cutting theme is certainly not to be de-emphasizing it in any way, just the acknowledgement of how many different areas it touches, but certainly we can convert it into a focus area instead. That's totally fine. Just wanted to clarify that a cross-cutting theme is not less than a focus area. Catherine? Okay. Other comments? Okay, we're going to move into the nature-based discussion. So moving on to nature-based solutions and drought preparedness. Shown on the slides are the snippets from Clessie Bennett's presentation on this topic from our July meeting. Nature-based solutions refer to strategies that use natural processes and ecosystems to address societal challenges. These solutions leverage the resilience and adaptability of natural systems to provide benefits like enhanced biodiversity, flood control, and carbon sequestration. The nature-based solutions potentially most beneficial for enhancing drought resilience, as informed by our subject matter expert discussions, are wetland restoration, flood-managed aquifer recharge, headwaters protection, and soil health. In the purpose statement, we also reference 7 priorities from CNRA's Priority Nature-Based Climate Solutions document that are of potential interest to the collaborative. So again, there is a separate document put out by the California Natural Resource Agency listing the priority nature-based solutions that they have in mind, and we cross-referenced some of those that would be of interest to this group. Now we can open it up for a discussion again. I'll ask the same questions, but just use them as a guide. What else needs to be highlighted in this purpose statement? Are there other nature-based solutions that should be cited? Please, any comments? Kyle.
Just maybe, I don't know if there's a place to talk about nature-based solutions and soil health or other areas, talk about dealing with nitrate loading and things. I think as we talk about availability of water for drinking water and the problems that we're having with nitrate in the valley, and just wanting to see if there's any opportunities there for nitrate reduction as part of these nature-based solutions to increase water supply.
Thank you.
This is a very small thing, but in the problem statement, or under wetland restoration, where we have reconnect aquatic habitat within forests, I would just cut within forests. We just need to reconnect aquatic habitat.
Thank you.
Valley floor, too. Thanks.
Other comments?
I also have a question about just groundwater recharge in general. I see it's here under FloodMar, which is obviously stellar program. Just wondering if it's worth a separate call out. I don't think it needs to for the purposes of today, but that's an example of more work, just general groundwater recharge in general. Anyway.
The question of whether groundwater recharge is a nature-based solution?
Whether it's warranted a separate call out
In
as opposed to
addition to FloodMar.
just under FloodMar. I don't know.
I think just to support that, I think we should think about general considerations for groundwater recharge, but then separately, the FloodMar process and kind of
Yeah.
how that's a totally different subset of water
Yeah.
and considerations.
Other comments here?
So the goal is to form a group also on this?
Well,
I mean,
great transition,
I'm just-
fantastic transition, Alvar.
No, I want to ask a question, if you say yes.
I don't have that. I'll say a couple of things and then we'll come back.
Sorry.
So we do not have, the next slide is not prompting a vote yet. I would like to take public comment before we form the work groups, but any comments that you have right now about the general cross-cutting themes or the purpose statements are totally welcome. Based on the discussions we've heard so far, I think it makes sense to call for a vote for both, to form a work group for nature-based solutions, to form a work group for climate change adaptation. We'll have the votes, we'll have the membership join if people so wish. So if folks are comfortable with that, I think that would get at the desires I'm hearing from folks. Alvar, please.
Yeah, I have, I don't know, some comments. There's a lot of work being done in all these areas in California for many people. And I was just thinking, there's many thoughts on my brain right now, but so we have to think what we can contribute and what's the goal of this group. And actually, to me, this reminds a lot of the infrastructure group that we were talking earlier. I mean, this is just green infrastructure and the other thing is built infrastructure, but actually it's in the concept is really the same in the sense that, okay, do we want to do FloodMar? Do we want to do groundwater recharge? How we do it? Who pays for it? So I think that to me, the question here, and this is other thought that I had when we were talking about infrastructure, but here too, I think a really important issue is funding. And I don't know, I have many conflicting points in my brain, but it's like, this is a really big issue. This is a big issue, infrastructure is a big issue. How we can make something that is useful in our few meetings that we have, I think that we can, for sure, but we have to think about all these issues. And my really last thought is that we could combine this with infrastructure. I wouldn't have any problem. Because it's, to me, again, it's a really similar topic. I mean, if we are talking about FloodMar, and I mean, or we are talking about headwater protection, that are projects that someone has to decide and someone has to pay for them.
Right, and that brings up a good distinction as well. Part of the nature-based solutions and climate change adaptation is, it's kind of hard to say what the problem is about nature-based solutions, right? It's kind of hard to say what the problem is of climate change adaptation. There are kind of concepts and principles that you can apply. So that was also went into the envisioning of having them be more cross-cutting themes where we, in the purpose statements, give definitions and examples of what we mean, rather than saying what the problem is and who, I guess just what the problem is. Please, Emily.
I would suggest that a problem for nature-based solutions is that it's not prioritized enough in terms of, I thought about that before I even read the problem statement, and then I see all this stuff and I'm like, this underscores like all these projects, and it underscores why I think it should actually potentially be its own working group. I'm not opposed to it being a cross-cutting theme if ultimately that's what the group decides, but I do feel like it just needs more emphasis sort of everywhere, I feel like.
I don't know. Anyway.
Other comments? Virginia?
Yeah, I mean, I see it, you know, it is a cross-cutting theme, and some of these things I've noticed tend to get lost in discussions of, you know, water conservation or drought or what should be done about those things, like particularly the soil health thing. Like, yeah, it's a nature-based solution. Yeah, it's an adaptation strategy. Doesn't really get considered in land use. That wouldn't make any sense. But just as its own thing, it gets just passed over a lot. So I don't want it to get passed over or subsumed.
In the interest of time, we are going to take these last two comments from whoever puts their card up in the next second. Carolina.
Thank you, I was quick. I agree that nature-based solutions are one aspect of infrastructure, or one potential for infrastructure. So I'm comfortable with it. Just want to say my piece. I'm comfortable with it being going along with infrastructure, or it being cross-cutting. If whatever the group thinks that is more appropriate in terms of having the appropriate visibility. Thanks.
Katie?
So I was going to say the same thing in that I think this could be combined with the infrastructure focus group for now if we want to expand it to like gray and green infrastructure or built and natural infrastructure. And maybe that group can define the problem statements too and determine if we want to end up having like break them out for the purpose of recommendations or not. But that would be my recommendation to kind of like elevate this without multiplying the groups at this point.
Aaliyah?
Okay, I'm sorry, I know I snuck in there. I'm sorry to throw a wrench in things, but I almost want to propose a discussion about the cross-cutting themes, because I feel like there are some missing. I think it would be important to have a little bit of a discussion about what we want to see in every one of these discussions in one conversation. So instead of, separate conversations about each of these areas, perhaps we have one discussion about what those themes are, the underlying questions. I think equity is a big point that we haven't talked a lot about today that would be really key to think about in all of these focus areas as well. So that's one example, but I'm sure there are other ways to frame this.
To paraphrase your suggestion, would it be to form a working group for cross-cutting themes?
That's exactly what I'm proposing. One working group for cross-cutting themes and then the focus areas. That's what I'm proposing.
Based on the agreement in the room, from just verbally what I'm hearing, I think that would be a good idea. Please make a comment now if you do not think that is a good idea or want to add a different comment. Okay. So then the vote at this point is going to be create a working group for cross-cutting themes. Please raise your hand if you would like to form a work group for cross-cutting themes. Sorry, I'll restart. Okay, everyone please keep your hands raised. 14. That's a 14? Yes. And please raise your hand if you would like to join the cross-cutting themes. No, I'm sorry, yeah. Please raise your hand if you would like to not form a work group on cross-cutting themes. And just for clarity, please raise your hand if you'd like to abstain from the vote. 2, 3. 3. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you would like to join the cross-cutting themes working group. We have Alea Becker-Lowe, Virginia Jamison, Kyle Jones. Okay. And Catherine Freeman. Thank you. I forgot public comment again. Should I do public comment? Okay.
Zoe, can you just clarify, what happened to nature-based solutions then? Is that getting combined with?
No, it's not being combined as of yet. That is going to be a topic for the working group to discuss about what is currently cross-cutting themes and what we want to do about them going forward.
Okay, so it's, gotcha.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all. And with that, I'll hand it over to Anthony.
I'm going to go real quick. Can you advance the slide, please? Oh, I got to do it here. Okay, real quick. So this is a chart showing our membership. Thank you all 26 of you, especially the 18 non-state agencies, because your 2-year commitment is ending in December. You've willfully extended your time. So the ones in the light blue, you extend your time for 1 year. The ones in the dark blue, you extend it for 2 years. That's it. Any questions? She's trying to wrap it up. Okay. The other thing is our meetings for 2025. We're looking to just establish them now so people can, is it on the slide? It is on the slide. At the bottom right corner there. So we're going to have the meetings on every third Friday in April, July, and October. So those are the dates: April 18th, July 18th, October 17th. Please give us some feedback if you have some conflicts or you know of any other conflicts, but right now that's what's being scheduled. And am I supposed to give next steps? The rest of it?
I can help you with the next steps.
Sure.
We have kind of our wish list of what the schedule would look like moving forward. So we just identify the next work groups and focus areas that we want to work on. So what we're going to do between now and the end of the year is prepare the meeting summary, use the recommendation, finalize it to create the DRIP Collaborative report with those recommendations. Gonna have work group meetings to finalize the problem statement and create a new problem statement, as we discussed earlier. Meet to discuss the cross-cutting areas, so just kind of really identify whether it's a problem statement or a purpose statement, but just define the work of the DRIP Collaborative moving forward. Potentially have an opportunity for a second meeting to think about ideas for the recommendations and get ready for the April meeting, which we will bring those new areas, problem statements, and start working together through ideas for recommendations. So that's our hope for the next 6-7 months. Yeah, so that's it. Yep.
Great. So at this time, we'll just take public comment, if there's any.
Public comments, and then you can wrap us up.
Do we have anybody online? Anna?
This is, I guess, not technically public comment. I just wanted to make a note of something that came up in the infrastructure conversation earlier, that there are ongoing water rights proceedings happening at the State Water Board. And so if there are projects that are subject to those water rights proceedings that are mentioned in this forum, the Water Board has to step out. So, and that creates problems for them also participating potentially in the work group if that is specifically what's going to be talked about. So I just kind of want to note that on their behalf and for everybody to be aware of. So if you feel the need to talk about one of those specific projects, to please ask Water Board to leave the room. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Anna? Anyway, closing comments. Thank you so much for all your attention these past couple of years. Love the feedback. It sounds like we're engaging with you on a good level. We're going to try to continue to do that with understanding our budgetary limitations, and we look forward to engaging with you next time in April, but via emails and maybe a virtual meeting. Anyway, have a safe travels. Happy Friday. Bye-bye.